It's Week 7 of the National Football League, where London will play host to a different kind of football. It's the Voyagers and the Golden Eagles, and it's all up next on EA Sports.
EA Sports coverage of the National Football League brings us to one of the great cities of the world, London, England.
With Charles Davis, I'm Brandon Gaudin. And Charles, you look at this Mexico City team as they interplay here. They come in losers of 2 straight, so they're trying to right the ship here a little bit.
They're teetering a little bit, aren't they? And now things could really go south if they lose this game, so they understand the importance of playing well and stopping this streak.
Meanwhile, for visiting Virginia Beach,
they were winners last time out, so they'll be looking, Charles, to make it 2 in a row.
And what I enjoyed when I watched their game,
getting toward the halfway point of the NFL season, Week 7 is underway on EA Sports.
And they will wrangle it down a couple yards shy of the 30.
So out comes this offense to take over for the first time.
They'll be led out by a first-round pick in the 2020 draft out of Utah State. This is Jordan Love.
and it felt like in watching the game tape, he got everyone involved last week.
He was a manager.
He really was. That's a great way to put it because they ran the ball some, they threw it accurately. 1 touchdown pass, so he didn't, break the bank doing that, but he didn't throw any interceptions. That's the bottom line. That's why a defense loves a quarterback like that. Doesn't put them in bad situations.
5 yards on the game's first play, second down.
Nice rhythm throw there on first down. He located his tight end, made it a nice easy pitch and catch.
Hoping he can break a tackle or two. Wasn't able to do that there, but still good yardage. Out of the shotgun, it's Love. That's complete. It's Neighbors. That one, a first down pickup of 8.
I think that's a big pickup for a first down because when you run a drag route against zone, you're sometimes asking for trouble because you might run into a defender.
Yeah, well, there they ran into a first down, executed it to perfection. They'll wind up getting just a yard, and it'll be second down.
When you look at this defense,
they sit at number 20 in the NFL right now against the run.
And this game for them is all about the line of scrimmage. Winning that battle, using their leverage, being the low man with power, to take the offensive linemen and run them back into their own backfield and try and create some lost yardage plays.
And he's able to get this one out closer to midfield across the 45.
3rd and 4.
To the air again, Love.
Work in the middle of the field, and he's got a man complete.
And he'll go down, but not before getting this inside the 30. Well, that's one way to convert on third down, picking up 26 yards.
Oh, that was a nice job there. Quarterback and receiver reading the pressure that was brought. They both knew it was going to open up the middle of the field. Nice little shake and bake at the line of scrimmage, got right into his route. And the quarterback hit him in stride, and he was able to run free after the catch.
Throwing, Love. He finds Douglas complete. And inside the 20 before he's brought down. 11 more yards that go around, a first down as well. Love now. Quick hitter here, it's complete. And able to get him down, but he does reach the 5.
1st and goal, a chance for an early statement here on the road.
To throw now, here's Love. And that one falls incomplete, breaking his string of 7 straight passes completed. The line of scrimmage, once again, the 5 as they get ready for 2nd and goal. Love from the gun. And that's going to be knocked away in the end zone. It's incomplete.
Well, how about the challenge we're seeing here in this game early? Man coverage against some fleet receivers. That time, the defense won.
Love, this is 3rd and goal. Touchdown!
Jalen Tolbert.
His 2nd touchdown on the season.
And the Voyagers get the upper hand as they're on the board first here this afternoon.
A long opening drive, but a very successful opening drive. We call that methodical, I guess, when it takes that many plays.
Methodical and almost like a boxing match where you're hitting them with body blows. They can withstand them here. Look, they gave up the touchdown, but you don't feel like a knockout is there. But they keep doing that in the fourth quarter. That's when the knockout occurs.
Yeah, it becomes tough for that defense if they're on the field that long. We'll see if they can continue that in future drives.
And he'll be tackled just shy of the 25.
So out comes this offense to take over for the first time. They'll be led out by the #1 overall pick in the 2019 draft from Oklahoma. It's Kyler Murray.
And it would be interesting to see pretty early in this one exactly where his head is, because the best quarterbacks shake off performances like he had last week. Way too many interceptions. Didn't throw a touchdown pass. Team lost the game. Let's see if he can bounce back and get things going in the right direction.
He'll be trying to forget those 3 picks, as you noted. And he's able to plow forward up to about the 29, just shy of the 30.
Now 2nd and 5. Again, it's Taylor.
And they get him down, but not before he takes it across the 40-yard line. 12 yards there and a first down.
For a lot of guys playing this game, there's no better feeling than running right through a tackle. He's able to lower his center of gravity and churn his legs for a really nice pickup.
Out of the gun, here's Murray.
That pass taken in by Burks.
And he'll go out of bounds. It appears right at the 45.
Here's 2nd and 7.
A 3-yard pickup brings up 2nd and 7.
Here's Murray.
Murray has it knocked loose. Fumble. Oh, one of the linebackers has got it. Still going.
And he's going to bring the fumble back for a touchdown. So the defense forces the fumble. They get the score, and a guy on defense becoming offensive there, Charles.
And you know they love that. Any guy on defense loves to pick up the ball and have it in his hands and try and score himself. In this case, that's exactly what happened.
We'll be singing in the shower post-game. Elliott on for the extra point. And it's good, and they have jumped out here to a quick 14-0 first quarter lead. The scoop and score, always an exciting play in football, and we witnessed it there, grabbing it off the ground and then rumbling it into the end zone for 6. And you can bet they're preaching 2 hands on the ball here as the kick's away following that fumble return.
And he won't quite make it to the 25. The Golden Eagles offense and their quarterback coming out for their 2nd drive. And he continues to be a nightmare for teams to defend in the red zone. You see the graphic. He's 2nd in the NFL in terms of rushing touchdowns by a quarterback.
The offense now at the line, ready for their next drive. They've been outplayed early, no question. Down 14-0 already as they come up 1st and 10. And he can only manage to get a couple. 2nd and 8 coming up. 14-0 the score. This is the NFL on EA Sports. On to the 2nd quarter. Mexico City in possession.
So from the 26-yard line, here's the 2nd and 8. They'll run the toss here with Taylor. And not a whole lot there, maybe a yard to the 27.
Sometimes your philosophies get challenged at times you don't want them to. They did try to stick to the running game on the first 2 plays. Didn't amount to much.
And now facing a 3rd and long at the outset of this drive. And he can't find anywhere to go with it, and he goes down.
More than one defender there, and that's a loss of 5 on the sack.
The competition comes up in so many different ways, and right now, this unit, their competition is who's going to get to the quarterback the most times. Had about 5 sacks last week. We just saw their first one of this game.
On is the punter, Hecker, as he gets this one away. It's a 40-yard punt, 4 yards on the return.
And they will take over 1st and 10. The Voyagers offense and quarterback Jordan Love heading back out onto the field. And he's been very impactful when using his legs this year, both when the pocket breaks down and by design. You notice his name sits near the top when looking at the league leaders in rushing yards by a quarterback. Well, the pressure gets to Love, and he'll go down. Multiple players combined for their team's first sack of the game. That's a step in the right direction defensively here because you're facing this sizable deficit. They're going to need more plays like that. A good sack, though. Good effort there.
And what you're hoping is, as you said, a step in the right direction, and that means it's something to build on. So you get the first one, and hopefully that can ignite them, and now they can make a few more plays and get back into this game.
Throwing on 2nd and long. Love finding Tolbert here over the middle. That'll give them 8 that time, and they'll be facing a 3rd and 12. We'll see what they have drawn up here a little bit behind the line. 12 yards needed to gain a first down. Working out of the gun. Love. Forced out to his left. And he can only get this to the 42-yard line, and that is not near enough. He'll wind up getting 4 yards there on his own, but it also brings up 4th down. Here's Tommy Townsend on to punt. And deep to return it is Marcus Jones. He only punted twice in the win last week as he gets this one away. And that one hits at the 7, but bounds into the end zone, and that'll be a touchback. Out is Mexico City now to go on offense. And they're in a bind early here, down 14-0. Are you worried at this stage or still too early?
You're worried. You're just trying not to transmit it to the rest of your team. You want to make sure that they stay positive, but at the same time, you're wondering, how are we going to move the football? What do we have on this play sheet that can work? Get back to basics is usually your answer, and make sure you find the guy who can move the ball fastest for you if you just get it in his hands.
Yeah, still second quarter. You get points on the board here. I think you're feeling okay.
I'm okay with the call there. In fact, I actually like it. I know they're down a couple of scores, but the running game worked in that situation. I would continue to go in that direction.
Throwing now is Murray. This will be taken in by Michael Pittman.
That was a nicely run slant route, and what the receiver's trying to do is make the defender think he's going upfield for a deeper route, and then breaks it off, usually after about 3 to 4 steps, and cuts towards the middle of the field. And now what he's trying to do is use his body to keep the defender away from the football and get the quarterback a really nice target.
2 minutes to play, first half. It's 14-0. 2 yards, good enough for a first. Coming up at halftime, I'll go from one personality, that's you, Charles Davis, to another one in Orlando, the coach. He'll have stats and scores from around the NFL. You and Jonathan Coachman both larger than life.
No doubt about it.
But you're stuck with me in this booth,
yes,
and he's miles away and smiling.
And happy.
This is 2nd and 8.
And he takes a shot on the release as this will be incomplete.
Partner, what we're seeing so far is the defense is certainly coordinated. Both levels doing their jobs in tandem. The back helping the front helping the back. The pressure got home on that last play and forced him to try and throw through contact and short of the sticks.
That's complete to Justin Jefferson.
And he'll be taken down, but he does have first down yardage.
Now a timeout called for by the offense, as he'll get a chance to talk it over after picking up the first down. Now Murray. Another one on this play for Justin Jefferson. Only able to gain a couple there, and that's going to bring up 2nd down. Creeping up on a minute to play in this first half. Now Murray again. That's complete. It's Travis Kelce. He'll be hit down at the 33, 5 yards on the play. Play number 9 set to come here on the drive on 3rd and 2. And motioning left, that's Pittman. Here's Murray. He's got his target. That's complete. Now another timeout called for by the offense as they'll stop it with 25 seconds to go here in half number 1. This offense finding its legs now. Here's another 1st and 10. Here's Murray as he sets to throw it. Finds his man. It's Kelce on the crossing route here.
And he gets into the end zone for the touchdown. Travis Kelce, as the first half is winding down.
And the Golden Eagles are on the board here in the final seconds of the first half.
The way this one was going, you just got the sense they needed something before half. They've at least got something on the board now. Still trailing, but a good sign.
That takes me back to our preseason tour of NFL camps. You remember we talked with that one coach who said his emphasis this year was scoring in the last 2 minutes of a half, heading into the locker room. This hits it right there. Take that momentum, take that good feeling, and take it to the locker room, regroup, and start over. They got it here.
They did indeed, and a lot of football, full half to be played. And not wanting to risk anything here late in the half, he'll just take a knee, and they'll bring the football out to the 25.
One more go for this offense in the first half. And with a 14-7 lead, they might just be happy to take this thing on into the tunnel.
Clock at 20 seconds to go in the half as they come up 1st and 10. They'll indeed start on the ground to run that clock. And an anxious moment or two there, but they do get him down. Now the offense going to use the first of their timeouts, as it'll come with 15 seconds to play in the first half. Love.
They set up the screen. Achane has it.
They'll take this to the other side of midfield before going out of bounds. Same exact result as last play, a pickup of 11. Back-to-back good plays have them on the move on first down. Love looking to throw it.
All right, rifles one, and that's going to be intercepted. Picked up by Deion Henley.
And his guys have got it back at the closing stages of the first half. Well, this was a 14-0 game not too long ago. Things were looking pretty good. Then you give up the touchdown on the last drive. Now the interception.
So that's a lesson in trying to stay vigilant, isn't it? You have to stay on top of things. Can't relax too much because, as you noted, things change. Now they've got to go out there and get a spark going again and try and slow down this comeback.
And that one's not going to get there. Not enough juice, an ambitious effort, but it's well short. So we have reached halftime with a touchdown. That's the difference on the scoreboard. As it's time now to send you back stateside to Orlando, Florida, and check in with Jonathan Coachman at our EA Sports Halftime Report. Coach.
Okay, Brandon, thanks very much. A lot to get to here as some of the division races starting to take shape as we look around the NFL here in week number 7. We were certainly treated to an entertaining first half. Both these teams with some high points and maybe a couple of low points as well. So it's going to be a question of who can be the most disciplined team going forward.
Okay, Coach, thanks as always. This one's still anyone's game as we welcome you back for quarter number 3.
As they say here in London, all to play for as we are back underway in the second half.
And out a little across the 25 to the 27. The Golden Eagles offense and Kyler Murray headed back out onto the field. And his ability to use his legs has given the defense fits when trying to game plan. He's currently second in the NFL in rushing yards by a QB.
The offense back out there at the line, ready for their next drive.
Well, out of the locker rooms here they come. Their first drive of the third quarter. And, Charles, they're trailing in this ball game, but we got a tight one set up to be a very entertaining second half.
And as we know, partner, in the NFL, there's trailing and there's trailing, right? Sometimes you're discouraged by how much you're down, but in this case, this is a tight ball game, so there's a sense of optimism here. I think they went in at the half and looked at their play sheet and said, these are the plays we really like. What do you say we use them to start the second half and get us going?
They'll be in search of 8 yards here as they hope to convert the first down.
That is caught, and they'll get it up just short of the 45 at the 44. 2 catches in the first half. Now he's got a third here, and it's good for a first.
And that's the kind of play this offense needs to maybe kick them into gear a little bit. They've been stuck in neutral much of the game. Perhaps that can give them a little bit of confidence. The big plays are out there.
First and 10, Taylor now.
And this one's going to go the wrong way. Losing yardage back at the 42. One of the best of the last decade or so, Bobby Wagner in to bring him down. Now they contend with a 2nd and 12 after the loss.
On play action, it's Murray. He'll take a shot downfield for Pittman.
And that's going to be incomplete. Good effort there trying to take a shot, but it's third down. To throw is Murray. And he's going to be brought down here in the backfield.
Derek Hall in there that time to get him to the turf.
So if we recount real quick, he had the touchdown earlier, and now he comes up with the sack here. No doubt about it, he's having himself a game.
Here's Johnny Hacker now, as he'll punt it away for the second time. Fair catch called for and made, but now we'll have to see about the penalty.
Personal foul, roughing the kicker, defense.
That hurts. If it was running into the kicker, wouldn't be a first down. Roughing, it is a first.
And just think about the differences between the two. Running into the kicker almost feels inadvertent, just a small tap, so to speak. But when you rough him, usually bodies are hitting the ground and flying all different places. And the difference is 5 yards or 15. And in this case, that's a big play.
This one brought in by Jefferson.
And that's good for a pickup of 10 yards. And that'll leave him with a second and just a few inches left.
Running straight ahead, Taylor.
And he'll go down shy of the 40 at the 41. 2 yards, good enough for a first.
They fake the handoff, now Murray.
And this one is incomplete.
Zone coverage there, and they were playing deep. That makes it obviously a little bit harder to run by guys. And that time, there was not much of a window to get the ball in there, and it winds up incomplete.
That's to the rookie. It's Jatavian Sanders.
That'll leave them with a 3rd and 2 coming up. They got 8 yards there.
They'll come to the line, needing only 2 yards to gain the first here. On 3rd down, here's Taylor. And a hard-working run here as he's got it inside the 20, down to the 17. 54 yards rushing for him now on what was his 10th carry of the ball game.
The more football I watch, the more I want to check and see if teams are going to panic when they're down on the scoreboard. And this team has shown no signs of doing that. A lot of the time, they come out after the half. Things haven't worked so well in the first go-around. They want to throw the football like crazy. But the way to open up throwing the ball is to run it. And they've run it well here to start the second half.
3rd quarter of a tight football game as we come up on a 2nd and 10.
And they'll send the tight end in motion here. From the gun, Murray. To the right side, complete to Taylor. And he'll get him inside the 15 down to the 14-yard line.
Now a 3rd and 6.
Murray now to throw.
It's complete, Burks.
And he gets the first down yardage he needs before he's brought down at the 6. It'll be 1st and goal when we come back. We'll return with more after this. You're watching the NFL on EA Sports. Welcome back now here in London as we are set to bring you the home stretch here, the 4th quarter.
They'll run here with Taylor.
And he'll take it into the end zone for a touchdown.
Jonathan Taylor.
His first touchdown on the year.
And the Golden Eagles are an extra point away from tying this game here in the 4th. We are set up for a fantastic finish now. A 4th quarter touchdown here. We're an extra point away from a tie football game.
And I know they're thinking about possibly going for 2, but I'd go ahead and kick this one and just get it back to level.
Pinheiro now to add the extra point. And we are tied here in the fourth quarter. That drive, a long one, spanning 15 plays.
And it was capped off by a Jonathan Taylor touchdown. Now this one setting up for a great finish. All tied in the fourth as the kick's away. And he's up across the 25 and down at the 28. Now the Virginia Beach offense set to take over. Well, they just gave up the score to tie it. That's the bad news. The good news, plenty of time in this fourth quarter to try to grab that lead back.
Trying to shake off the interception. He'll look to throw.
He'll dump this off to Achane.
Personal foul. Roughing the passer. Defense.
So the yellow flag came out, and that leads to a new set of downs for this offense. 1st and 10. Now Love. And this is going to be intercepted.
Picked off by Deion Henley.
And he's able to get it back here to the 43-yard line.
Well, we say it often, Charles, but not all interceptions are created equally, and that is a big one here in a tie ball game in the fourth quarter.
And Brandon, when games are this close, it usually comes down to the team making the fewest mistakes, and that was one of our mantras back at Tennessee. Coach Majors used to say all the time, the team making the fewest mistakes will win. You've got to cut those down to give yourself an opportunity.
Now this offense back out and set to go for their next drive. And the question, can they turn that interception into points? A tie game for the moment in the fourth quarter.
After the turnover, here's Murray.
Middle of the field to Jefferson.
And he's going to get a solid gain of 9 before being brought down. 2nd and right at a yard.
From the 34-yard line, here's 2nd down at a yard. A give for Taylor running right side.
And he gets it down to the 32. 2 yards on the pickup, and that's all they needed to move the sticks. They go to the ground again with Taylor. And not a whole lot of room to operate there on the 1st down run. He gets maybe 3.
Well, that's just a pile of bodies there, and that's when you kind of find out who's a tough guy, right? Who can stand up and make a play. It was only a 3-yard run, but for both sides, they had to walk away from that feeling like, okay, I can stand up when the going gets tough in here.
And he'll be a couple yards shy of the red zone here at the 22-yard line.
72 yards rushing here for Taylor. He's got a 1st down.
And now Murray's going to set up to throw.
Justin Jefferson bringing in the slant.
And down inside the 15, shy of the 10.
Now following the completion, we're going to get a stoppage here for an injury. Well, now they're going to come out and take a look at this injury, and we'll be back in a moment. From down at the 12, it's 1st and 10.
Here's Murray.
He'll find a man over the middle. It's Pittman.
And he's able to get it down to the 2-yard line. And that's good for a pickup of 10 yards. And they'll be left with a 2nd and about a foot.
Up the middle, here's Taylor.
Sometimes I get almost mesmerized watching these runners who have great vision. You know, those eyes that carry their feet to open spaces, make people miss. I just love watching those guys go to work.
Shotgun now for Murray. A hit as he throws there, incomplete. Down this close to the goal line, 1st down. Surprised that wasn't a run?
I am, and you know I'm old school. I want to run the ball on 1st down in this situation because 2nd down, that gives me an option of running play action maybe.
And it's intercepted at the goal line. Picked up by the linebacker, Bobby Wagner. And a big turnover there as his guys will get the football back.
CD, I know from working with you that you're about as old school as they come. Your thoughts on throwing that ball from the 1-yard line?
Yeah, I just got done walking my dinosaur, as you well know, and ordinarily I'm screaming, run the football from the 1-yard line. But if you are going to throw it, just take extra care. That didn't happen there, and they turned the ball over.
The Virginia Beach offense set to take over. So now, Charles, this drive maybe a touch more important, trying to erase the memory of that interception they had the last time out.
Yeah, and everyone goes through this because even the best in the game, you're going to have games where it just doesn't go right for you, and interceptions result. So, frankly, to me, it's all about how you respond, not just the types of plays that you call, but how you carry yourself, how you show your team that you're still with it, and how you continue to lead.
Up the middle, Achane.
And he will double the space they have to work with as they take it from the 2 to the 4.
Well done to sniff that out defensively. He had it diagnosed pretty quickly.
I love that description because diagnosed is perfect on that one. Read his keys, made the play, and he couldn't even get going moving the football.
On third down, Achane.
And they'll get him down up past the 15. They had to get it away from their end zone somewhat, but still a long way to go.
Had to start somewhere. That's probably the best outcome possible.
Plenty of time. All 3 timeouts still remain. Here's 1st and 10 now. Complete to Bryant.
It drives some people crazy to see those short throws underneath. They got to find a way to gash the defense downfield.
2nd down, 8 yards to go. Love looking to throw it. Now a quick throw there, but it's going to be incomplete. A big play looming on 3rd down. Back to the ground, Achane.
And he will not get what he needed as he stopped short of the 1st down at around the 22. So they bring out their punter as he'll kick it away for the 2nd time. Call that a 45-yard punt, just 2 yards there on the return.
And it will be 1st and 10 as they take over. The home team's offense and their quarterback set to take the field once more. And it's been a struggle for him all afternoon. This defense has really done a nice job of making him earn everything he gets, and it's prevented him from getting into any kind of rhythm here today. Here's 1st and 10.
To throw is Murray. And nowhere to fit that football in. It's knocked away and incomplete.
Just over 30 seconds remain. Here's 2nd and 10 now.
Murray to throw.
Oh, look at this. It's intercepted.
Picked off by the linebacker, Bobby Wagner. And he is going to get this one back to the 20-yard line. Oh, and I saw the pressure coming at him. That just looked problematic. Hit him as he threw it, and the interception ensued.
Let me pay homage to the man who stood in this spot before. He always talked about how much pressure is in the face of a guy, and can he step into a throw. And when you can't do that, oftentimes interceptions result.
Here's the Virginia Beach offense out and ready to go again.
They are already in field goal range. Let's see how they want to play this, Charles.
And I have a feeling I know how they want to play this already. Run the football to the hash mark that works best for their kicker. They already have the field goal unit lined up, ready to run out there and go get it done. They practice this. They understand the situation. And with that amount of time, they can do it.
Let's see how they carry it over into the game. And the clock will now stop as a timeout is called with 5 seconds left. Right now, everything resting on the right foot of Jake Elliott. His first attempt of the afternoon, and it's for the win. And his kick is good. And it's celebration time on that sideline as they have taken the lead in the final seconds. So they tried to ice him there, but it's fair to say it did not have the intended effect.
And I've known kickers that take it as an affront. And there he says, you think you're going to rattle me? Think again.
Greg George on the return. His guys take over 1st and 10 at their own 30-yard line.
Murray, one final try. Now a desperation throw deep downfield. And that is intercepted. Or was it? Wait, they'll say no. No interception. He did not keep the feet in bounds, apparently. So that's just going to be an incompletion.
And a fun, close ball game comes to an end. On that last play, Charles, they were on the wrong side of midfield. They needed something near a miracle, and they couldn't get it done.
Yeah, the effort, that was good. Very good, in fact. They were just a little too far out to get a decent look at the end zone for that last opportunity. Couldn't get it done, but a nice game overall.
So for Virginia Beach,
they pick up their second win now on the year. And now it's off to Heathrow as they get set to fly back to the U.S. in a couple hours. Meanwhile, for Mexico City, it's loss number 5 for them on the year. And they'll get a chance to redeem themselves at home next week. That'll do it for us. I'm Brandon Gaudin alongside Charles Davis. Thanks to our entire crew as well. We'll talk to you next time. So long, everybody.
It's week 7 of the NFL. And here's J.C. Horn. He's one of the last guys you want to target in coverage. It's the Mounties and the Aviators. And it's coming right up on EA Sports.
What better way to start off the afternoon than with some football, huh? It's time to get things started here on the NFL on EA Sports. Joined by a former NFL quarterback up in the booth, Mr. Brock Heward. I'm Kate Scott, and Brock, you can brag if you'd like to, because I know you had quite the big arm in your days with the Huskies and the Seahawks in Seattle. Well, we've got a couple of quarterbacks here who also know how to push that football down the field.
Yeah, you got a couple QBs who are going to keep these defenses honest today, because the moment they get greedy in coverage or get too aggressive in the pocket, either of these quarterbacks can drop a dime, drop a deep throw.
Jason Sanders is out, ready to kick this one away. And we're off from Montreal. Calvin Austin on the return. And he's going to make this to the 28 before going down. So out comes their offense for its first possession of the game. And leading them out is their second-year quarterback from Kentucky. He earned several starts as a rookie. It's Will Levis.
A win is a win for him, whether he goes for 400 yards and 5 touchdowns, Kate, or maybe he just finds the end zone once like last week. And being the team-first guy he is, he'd be more than happy to end the game with just 1 touchdown pass, or maybe even no touchdown passes, so long as they get the...
Pocket isn't holding up. They're able to drop it. And the big play drives them backwards. Second down coming up.
Playing in your own building, a little extra adrenaline as they take the field. No surprise, this home team feeds and plays off the crowd. First play of the game, and already we're seeing an impact being made defensively.
Makes the connection. Here's Jerome Ford. And he rips off good yardage, but it will not move the chains.
We've heard it said, and I believe it to my core, football is the ultimate team sport. And a well-run screen like that is the ultimate team play because it takes all 11 doing their job.
And this one doesn't go far.
Tick, 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 tick. You know, his internal clock right there told him it was time to escape, and good thing he listened to it. He was able to make something out of nothing and at least move them forward.
Jack Fox getting the call here to punt on 4th down. And he'll punt it away to end a disappointing opening drive. Only needed once last week in the win, and he matches that total here. And he's getting nothing on that return. They wrap him up almost at the exact spot that he fielded that punt. So here's their offense, taking over for the first time here. Leading them out to man in his 13th NFL season and rising quickly up the career leaderboards, Russell Wilson.
As a QB in this league, if you're going to finish a game with no touchdowns on that side of the stat sheet, well, you better finish it with no interceptions as well. Even if last week was an uneventful contest for him throwing the football, he did what he needed to do to help them come away with the most important stat, the win.
Pickup of 12 on that play. And it'll give him a first down. It's a new set of downs for him at the 32.
1st and 10 at the 32-yard line.
On 1st down, it's Wilson. That's to his back. Here's Rachaad White. Gets it ahead, has about 5 yards. Giving that tackle to Kyle Van Noy. Everyone's prepped. It's 2nd down now.
At the 36-yard line.
From the 36. It's into the hands of White. And he's tackled with the 1st down yardage.
Just get this guy touches. I don't care how, I don't care when. Just find unique ways to get this running back the ball, and over time, he's going to make you pay.
Russ is cooking again. And this time they're going to get there, and they drop him. And the big play drives them backwards. 2nd down coming up.
Kate, I've seen a one-step drop. I've seen a 3, a 5, a 7. Some of the boots and play actions, you get more depth. But a 20-step drop? That's not going to cut it. Except for this defense, it just adds a whole bunch of negative yards to that play.
They really need some chunk yardage here on 2nd down. We give for the first time to Rachaad White. And he'll go down after fighting his way to the 32. So not an enviable spot here as they come up on 3rd and very long. Wilson now from the gun. And like an empty wrapper, he just throws that one away.
So many coaches love 3rd downs, and they practice them so much, Kate. Why? Because they're the money down in the NFL. Whether it's a close game already out of hand, coaches know, got to execute and convert on these 3rd downs.
And some textbook work covering that punt. It is stopped after almost nothing on the return. That punt goes 63 yards. And it'll be their football. Drive starts with a quick throw left, complete. And the defense gets there to force a small loss. Offense to the line for 2nd down. Shotgun now for Levis. That is caught by Brian Thomas Jr. And they'll manage to contain him after about a 6-yard pickup. Tackle made by J.C. Horn. So now here's 3rd and 5. From the gun, Levis. Complete beyond the marker. And this one gets to the 33-yard line before it's stopped. 8 yards on the gain, and the drive continues forward.
First down, Aviators.
Ball at the 33 for first down. So that connection for first will bring us to the end of the first. Couple of zeros on the board right now. Take a quick break, and we'll be back with more of the NFL on EA Sports. Welcome back. We're all set to start the second. Offense already out to resume its drive. They've got a first to begin the frame. Brought in by Ford. We'll have him gain about a handful there. Tackle made by J.C. Horn. All right, here we go. Second down. Levis throwing again. Finding Thomas near the sideline. A nice gain of 13 yards as it brings up a first down.
A gain of 13 yards. And the Buenos Aires first down.
Levis from the shotgun. Throw reeled in by Thomas. And they make the tackle at the 38. They come through with a nice gain of 10 and a first down. New set of downs for him at the 38. Here's Jerome Ford for the first time this game. And they've got him behind the line for a big loss.
Well, he was supposed to be the one who chipped away a few and got a new set of downs started right in rhythm. Instead, he's now forced to pick himself from behind the line thanks to a great effort defensively.
They send the tight end in motion. 2nd and 13. And his perfect start is over. And that's the first one of his throws to wind up incomplete. No connection on the last play, and now it's 3rd down. Levis back to throw. Catch made by Austin. And he's going to be brought down at the 35-yard line.
You know, I like the completion. You never turn down a completion. That's just not the right throw to make in that spot to move the chains.
And this kick is good. He needed to get all of it there, and he did. And that one's going to get them on the scoreboard.
A lot of them may make it look automatic, but you get this deep, and those field goals are far from a certainty. It took all his concentration, every bit of his strength, to send that puppy through.
Isaiah McKenzie now to return. And a decent return ends as they bring him down inside the 30. The Mounties and C.D. Lamb headed back out on offense. And he's been having such a great season in this offense. You can see, actually top 5 in the league in receiving touchdowns so far. First down, here's Russ. Oh, and the rush is too much. He's taken down. And the big play drives them backwards. 2nd down coming up.
I'm not sure that deficit's going anywhere anytime soon. If anything, this is a defense that sees their offense creating not a ton of separation on the board, knowing they've got to shoulder the load. And sacks like that go a long ways towards doing it.
Let's see what they dial up on a 2nd and very long. Another try following the sack. This one caught by C.D. Lamb. And it's a nice little chunk here, 6 yards. Tackled by Keon White there. Let's see what they went with on 3rd down. Russ now from the gun. And that's going to be knocked away, incomplete.
You know, ball skills, they're not just a selling point for receivers entering the draft. Teams want defenders, especially in this day and age of the passing game, who can make plays on the ball, too, especially on these deeper throws. He doesn't swat that one away. We could be looking at a huge gain.
Collects this at the 35. And before that return amounts to much, they bring him down. That one an impressive 57-yard kick. And they'll get ready to go on offense. Levis now on first down. Austin's there to haul it in. And he'll be taken down, but not until he reaches that 45-yard line. One play in, and this drive is already into enemy territory. Levis here on first down. He gets this one to McLaurin. And they catch up to him, but not until he's got a huge gain and a first down. It's a pickup of 33 yards. And it sets up first down.
From a great throw to a nice route and catch to moving the chains, there wasn't a whole lot not to like about that amazing play.
What a spot for a big play, huh, Brock? It has him well into the red zone now with 1st and 10. From the red zone now. Has it in close. And this one stopped at the 3-yard line. Following that completion, medical staff headed out for an injured player. We'll see what the nature of his injury is. After a good pickup, they're set up with 2nd and short. Looking to throw, Levis. He's got it. And he's going to have the touchdown. We'll see if he gets to keep this, though, Brock. We've got some laundry on the field.
Holding offense.
Fighting all he could to keep his quarterback upright, but crossed the line there. That earns the holding penalty. Back to the line they go. It's 2nd down. Throwing it again here. This one's caught. And it's good yardage, but they tackle him short of the sticks.
Good luck defending that short yardage slant. Just not going to happen. There's a reason this is a go-to play for just about any quarterback in every situation.
Here they come. This is 3rd and 5. Putting the tight end in motion. 3rd and short yardage, Levis. Gets it towards the end zone, but it's incomplete.
Well, he needed another second to deliver the throw he wanted to. You got to give a lot of credit that time, Kate, to the pass rush for getting in and forcing him to dish it before he was ready.
Bertolet able to knock it through. And that one was beautifully struck. It goes right down the middle.
Okay, one of the areas that kickers and quarterbacks are similar, they want to get into rhythm, and no better way to feel good and get into that rhythm and start a game 2 for 2 as a kicker.
On the return, here comes Justice Hill. He's brought down at what looks like the 24-yard line. Well, we've already seen some nice plays here, and we're going to see plenty more before this game ends. But you might be thinking, with plays like that, my guys' ratings should be better. Well, you're not alone. You got a chance to let the Madden ratings hotline know just what you're thinking. Give them a call, 1-844-MADDEN-1, and make your case for who should get a boost. Escapes the pocket. Oh, look at this. Here he goes. Timeout taken by the offense. They're second. After a good pickup, they're set up with 2nd and short. Shotgun snap for Wilson. Pocket isn't holding up. They're able to drop him. Timeout taken by the defense. They're second. Well, last play didn't work out too well. Looks like they're going ground game now. And he's brought down for a loss. The defense takes its 3rd and final timeout. Again, Daniel Whelan heading out for another punt. Back deep, the speedy Calvin Austin. And he's certainly been staying busy. Once again, he's out to punt and sends this flying. Looking to return from the 29. And he's brought down before the return gets far. Big kick on that one, 62 yards. And they're going to take over possession. Throwing now on first down, Levis. He finds Tigakonkwo for the grab. And they're going to bring him down just on the other side of midfield. He finds him 16 yards and a new set of downs.
First down, Aviators.
So it's halftime, and the visiting Aviators have played themselves to a lead thus far. Now from our neighbors to the north, we'll head back to the U.S. and Orlando. Got our EA Sports halftime report with Jonathan Coachman coming up.
All right, Kate, we'll get back to you and Brock in a bit. For now, plenty of early action in the 1 o'clock Eastern window to get you caught up on. So let's get to it. We'll begin across the Atlantic at venerable Wembley Stadium in London, where it was definitely a game with some intrigue, as you can see by the scoreline. Jalen Tolbert, a touchdown catch in the victory. Next, we head off to check out another game. And as you see, they were losers back on Thursday night. George Pickens, a touchdown catch in the victory. Both these teams making their way out of the tunnel, and we're ready for the second half. And for the call, we send it back to Kate Scott and the other blonde bomber, Brock Heward.
Thanks so much for the look around the league, Coach. But now it's time to turn our attention back to this one as we begin the third quarter. Hill now to return it. And he's going to make this to the 28 before going down. So their offense will have it first to begin quarter number 3. And it's not good, Brock, when you're discussing their punter as one of your early game MVPs, but they just haven't been able to get anything going so far.
No, you'll hear some old school coaches, especially defensive-minded coaches, Kate, and they'll say, hey, man, there's nothing wrong with the drive ending with a kick, right? As a quarterback and as an offense, maybe that was the way you played the game back in the day, but not modern football. You've got to go score.
Second down now, 7 to go.
And 7 at the 32-yard line.
Tight end in motion left. Wilson now from the gun. Curtis Samuel's there for the catch. And he'll go down at, we'll say, right at the 39-yard line. They'll keep this drive moving and come to the line for 1st and 10.
1st and 10 at the 39-yard line.
From the gun, it's Wilson. Got Lamb, and it's complete. And he's going to get this up to the 45 before he's brought down. After a good pickup, they've got 2nd and 4.
And 4 at the 45-yard line.
Samuel comes in motion left. Running on 2nd with White. And he made a bid for midfield there, but stopped on his own side at the 49. A 4-yard pickup, and they're just inches shy as we reach 3rd down. Russ looking to throw. Complete beyond the marker. And he's going to get stopped right around the 45-yard line. He gets 6 on that play, and that'll give him a 1st down.
1st and 10 at the 45-yard line.
The give now to White. And they're on him after about a 2-yard gain. That was Kenny Clark on the tackle. He gets a couple on 1st, and they'll come up 2nd and 8.
Brings up 2nd and 8.
Again, this is White. And once again, he doesn't manage much before getting brought down. A couple yards on the run. It's 3rd and 6 now.
Brings up 3rd and 6.
Throwing from the gun. Has him on the quick hitter. And he'll pick up enough to move the chains.
That's what we call situational football. You spend all week working on your nickel passing game package to take advantage of 3rd downs just like that.
It's a new set of downs for him at the 32. On 1st down, it's Wilson. Got a man, Bowers has it. And he's able to take this one down to the 25.
He's just one of those guys, Kate. Even when he's not open, he's still a target thanks to that physicality and his ability to just play bully ball. They don't like forcing into coverage, but sometimes when you got a bully like him that can create space, they just find a way to get him the ball.
And he gets this down to the 13-yard line. 12 yards on that play, and a good call nets him the first.
First and 10 at the 13-yard line.
Wilson to throw again. That one falls to the turf. Couldn't hang on. It's incomplete. Tried getting that one to Brock Bowers. So that brings up second down. Sticking in the air with Wilson. That's brought in by White. And the defense is all over this one for a big loss.
That pass, it did put him in a position where he had to shake a defender. That's all you want. Give me a one-on-one. And he is capable of doing it, but not against that dude. That defender could not be shook, and he knocked him back across the line.
We'll see what they come up with for third down in just a bit. We've reached the end of 3. It's still just a one-score game as we resume play in the 4th. Defense looking to defend the marker on third down. Out of the gun, White. And he's caught behind the line for a loss.
Hey, range is not an optional feature for middle linebackers in today's game. It's a prerequisite for the job. And this guy definitely has it. Followed that play from the start, and he ended it with a loss.
A lot of pressure on this kick for Jason Sanders. This is a 35-yard look from the right hash. Flying down the heart of the lane, and it's good! And that will make it a field goal game.
I bet you, Kate, if we were down there right in his mind, as that ball sailed good through the uprights, his mind was already thinking about the next one. If this score holds and he gets another opportunity, well, the game could be on the line with that one.
He stopped on the return at the 27. Their offense ready to take the field now. And it has been all about these defenses so far, Brock. Even into the second half, we're still waiting for one of these offenses to take charge.
Yeah, what you're feeling, these defenses are making every yard tough, every first down tough, every series tough. And offensively, yeah, it's time to toughen up and maybe more importantly, sharpen up.
Got a man, it's Thomas. And he's out of bounds beyond the 35-yard line. Nice spot here for the offense. It's 2nd and 1. Shotgun snap, a gift to Ford. And as they bring him down, let's check the penalty flag.
Holding offense.
Well, partner, they say there's holding on every play. You just got to look for it, right? That time, though, we did not have to look too hard. Running it after the penalty. And they'll bring him down after a pretty short gain. They made it to single yard that time. They're going to have to solve 3rd down and 4. From the gun, Levis. Pocket isn't holding up. They're able to drop it. And the defense comes through to back them up ahead of 4th down.
Kate, the game wasn't on the line with that series, but don't tell the defense because they brought the urgency and juice like it was. Getting the sack, setting up 4th down, well, it picks everybody up on that sideline. And now their offense gets a chance in a one-score game.
Fields this clean at the 30. And he gets his guys a few yards before they bring him down on the return. 58 yards on the punt there. And it's going to be their football coming up. They're set up at the 35 now. First down, here's Russ. That one is incomplete. Couldn't hang on through the contact. Ball and defender arrived at the exact same time there. So it'll be 2nd down. Throwing again is Russ. He had it for a moment, but a great defensive play to jar it loose. Incomplete. When we look back at this one, Brock, it is going to be defensive highlight after defensive highlight. And there again, the examples, they just keep coming.
The physical play has been the trademark, really, from the first snap through this second half. There have not been many just uncontested, clean, efficient plays. Every effort's been answered. That's why that scoreboard's not been lit up.
And that one goes for a gain of 11. And that'll be a first down. Russ now from the gun. He's on the move. Oh, he's going for it again. And he wisely avoids contact, sliding down there, and that played good enough for a first. It's a 21-yard gain, and that gives them the first.
You know, Kate, back in the day, we had a slip and slide at practice for moments just like that. Actually practicing how to slide and get out of harm's way. Nice gain on the play, and denied that defense yet another chance to take a shot on him.
It's a new set of downs for him at the 32. First down throw from Wilson. Complete here to Bowers. And he's brought down at the 17-yard line. Give him 15 yards on the pickup there. And they'll have first down. Working inside the red zone. This ball's cut by Bowers. And he's brought down a little short. No, actually they do give him the 10-yard line. 2nd and 3 now. Now here's Russ. And he has the catch, gets both feet in, that's a touchdown! The Mounties jump in front late. C.D. Lamb with the touchdown. Wow, just fantastic work there. Tiptoeing along the back line. The concentration was there. Great catch for 6.
Yeah, the concentration and the body control. I don't know how these receivers do it in this day and age. There's no space to work with, yet they have such an awareness to secure it first, to tap dance the line, and go get that touchdown.
Sanders all set to send it away. On the return, here comes Austin. Coverage team gets him down at the 26-yard line. The offense headed back to the field. They find themselves down here in the 4th after that touchdown. This game could end up depending on how they respond right here. They'll get this drive started. 1st and 10. He'll look to throw it. Finds the in route complete. And they're going to bring him down just beyond the 30 at the 31. Halfway to the marker, it's 2nd and 5. Here he is to throw. Finds a seam down the middle. And he's officially in enemy territory now. They're going to give him the opposing 49. Setting up to pass. That throw finds Okonkwo. And he drives this across midfield and down into enemy territory. Back to throw. That's Thomas. He's got it. And he's going to be taken down a yard shy of the 25. Prior to first down, they decide to call a timeout. Levis throwing again. Headed right through the middle of the field. And he will score and give him the lead in the final minute. So what a finish this is shaping up to be. The late touchdown here, Brock, moves them in front. And
week to week, what a pleasure it is for us to call these games. We never know what kind of game we're going to get. This one's been everything you could have wanted. And now, even though they've taken the lead, there's still enough time on that other sideline for them to go mount a response.
Pretty important PAT here, Brock, to make it a field goal game. And he shakes out the pressure to nail the point after, and now an opposing field goal would only tie this game. Here's Lutz, set to kick this away. Hill now to return it. He's stopped on the return at the 27. Their offense running back out now. They'll try to emphasize what worked on their last drive, which ended, Brock, in a touchdown. Drive starts out with a 1st and 10. Russ off the play fake. A bit of desperation on this deep shot. He drops it. Oh, a huge gain in hand, but he couldn't finish the catch. Trying to get that one to CeeDee Lamb. So 2nd down coming up. Wilson now from the gun. It's into the hands of Wright. And he's brought down after a nice gain and a 1st down. Signals, and looks like we've got a timeout before that 1st down play. Wilson on 1st and 10. Makes the grab in bounds left side. And he will score and give him the lead in the final minute. Absolutely clutch score there, Brock, as they take the lead here in the final minute.
Incredible execution. The moment not too big for any of them. And Kate, they cashed in when it really mattered.
A chance to take their lead beyond a field goal on this point after. And it's good, so they take the lead, and the extra point buys them some breathing room. A field goal does not tie it now. Sanders all set to send it away. Rager with the return here. And pretty solid field position starting out here, Brock. He's tackled at the 29. The Aviators, and Will Levis set to take over again. And on that last drive, Brock, he crossed a notable threshold in passing yards for the season. Always nice when you can reach one of those plateaus to look back on after the year's over. This is hauled in by McLaurin. And he does get them the first before going out. Just over 20 seconds to play. A jolt to start that drive. They're up near the 45-yard line. Levis now on 1st down. Escapes the pocket. He can run it. Now the offense going to take its 3rd and final timeout. Time not on their side here as they get set for 1st down. No timeouts remaining either. Levis from the shotgun. Rolling left, buying some time.
Look at the coverage on that play, Kate. I love that. That is textbook defense right there. When the quarterback escapes the pocket, man, you got to find somebody. You got to go get sticky on your offensive guy. It's exactly what the secondary did, and it forces the throwaway.
And he doesn't see a window he likes, so he just got rid of that one. And brings up 3rd down.
And this is why scouts talk about a player's closing speed, Kate. You know, once he senses the pressure, he's getting rid of that ball. It takes a player who can close quickly to get to him before it's released. And that sure altered the throw.
This is for the ball game. And he swats that deep shot away, but he better not celebrate just yet. Looks like his contact drew a flag. They may still get this yardage. Ball game's not over just yet. Don't leave those seats. The interference call means we're going to have an untimed down here. One final shot here. And they win it! They win it! It's a touchdown! No time left!
To Calvin Austin. Touchdown, Buenos Aires.
So hard work rewarded as they take a well-earned win in this one. And finally, Brock, they can exhale and take a few breaths because I don't imagine any of them were breathing easy during that one with how close this game was.
Them or us? We're both.
All of us.
Yeah,
D, all of the above.
It is so hard, Kate, to match the adrenaline surge they feel right now and that they felt at every major turn throughout the second half. There's just something about a close game, the intensity that's there in every moment that you love to experience as a player, and that you hope in all these moments you can execute so you're the one celebrating and riding that wave of emotion.
It's week 7 of the 2024 season, and the question is, are you ready for some football? It's the Pioneers and the Thunderbirds, and it kicks off next on Madden NFL 25.
EA Sports coverage of the National Football League brings us to the banks of the Ohio River and the world-renowned city of Louisville, Kentucky. Hi again, everybody. With Charles Davis, I'm Brandon Gunn, joining you as always. And Charles, you check out this Louisville team.
They coming off their very first loss of the year, suffered a week ago.
Yeah, it will not be a perfect season, but I'm interested to see how they bounce back now that they know that chasing the 1972 Dolphins is out the window.
Meanwhile, for our visiting San Antonio Ball Club, they too were losers last week, so they're also hoping to get back in the win column.
Something's got to give in this one, right? Both teams want to start a new streak, and they both...
Getting toward the halfway point of the NFL season, Week 7 is underway on EA Sports.
And able to take it past the 25 and up to the 28-yard line.
So out comes this offense to take over for the first time.
They'll be led out by their quarterback, the rookie from the University of Washington.
And last week, that was one of those games that he just wants to erase from his memory banks. But I'll guarantee his coaching staff won't let him do it. They're going to make him learn from it. He really looked like a rookie quarterback in that one. You're going to have those kind of outings in year one. But the big question, what does he take away from them, and how does he improve? It starts right here in this game.
And his first look is incomplete.
Here's 2nd and 10. They'll throw with Penix. The throw here right sideline falls incomplete. Hey, look at this defense.
There are 32 teams in the NFL, and they're just better than 50% of them at defending the pass, number 16 in the league.
So I'm prepping for this game. I kept asking myself the question, what's keeping this group from being top 10 in the league against the pass?
And?
Too many mistakes, especially little mistakes. And those add up into big mistakes. Big mistakes add up into points against you.
On 4th down, here's Jamie Gillen on to punt. Only 2 punts for him last week in the loss as he gets this one away. It'll be a 39-yard punt, no return. And out will come the offense as they take over. So out comes this offense to take over for the first time. Leading him out is their 6'3" quarterback, the 3rd overall selection in 2018, Sam Darnold.
And he's still been looking for that one situation to allow all of his talents to come together. He's hoping that he found it here. Plenty of playmakers on the outside, and a team that's willing to run the football to let his talent shine.
And he gets this up to the 34 out of bounds there.
And a really nice play call there to start the drive, especially if you're a team that has a little bit of a reputation for throwing it downfield. You come out, and you think maybe you can catch them off guard a little bit, and they did. Little screen pass, backdoored them, and that time worked well for a solid gain.
And he gets this up across the 35 before he's out of bounds. 4 yards the pickup, first down. Back to throw, Darnold. And a big loss here as he's taken down.
Aiden Hutchinson in there to get him, and on the season now, that is 9 sacks for him.
And, Charles, part of the reason they lost last week, they didn't have a single sack. Well, they changed that quickly.
But did they ever? And it was something they talked about with us extensively. They needed to get pressure. How were they going to get to the quarterback? Obviously, they schemed themselves into a great play, didn't they?
Now, this one from about 2 counties over after the sack. They come up on a 2nd and very long. And he finds some space past the 25 to the 27. Give him 4 yards there, but still in a big hole. 3rd and long. Darnold now to throw. That's into the hands of his tight end, Will Dissly. So 5 yards here, 5 on the play. And it'll be 4th down.
That pattern and scheme was well defensed on third down. He tried to just sprint from one side of the field to the other, and they got it to him quickly. But no chance at yards after the catch there, and they stop him short.
.42 yards on the punt, just 2 on the return. And they will take over 1st and 10. Back onto the field comes this offense, ready for their second drive. And they are back down to 500 following the loss last week. Consistency has been a real issue for them so far.
Brandon, you almost don't know what team is going to show up every week. I mean, there's no consistency with this ball club at all, and if we feel that way, I know it frustrates the coaching staff, and it also has to frustrate the key leaders in the locker room. They got to figure out how to get coordinated.
That helps the completion percentage, but not much else, and now it's 3rd and 10. When you look at this defense, they enter this one 18th in the NFL in stopping the run.
And being able to set the tone early in this game, because when you get down to it, it's that sign that we saw in their football facility when we visited with them. The one that said no explosives, no big plays, no chunk plays. That's what they've got to take care of.
How about 25 yards on 3rd down? They'll take it.
But when you hit him on the move like that, and he's able to get into open field with a full head of steam, oh, boy, it's going to be tough to get him down.
Yeah, there was a big window. They're lucky they did get him down. So on the other side of the field now, it's 1st and 10 as they've got things rolling on this drive. Now Penix. He's got his tight end. It's Tommy Tremble. And he's corralled at the 40, but not before picking up 8. Well, hang on now. We're going to pause here. We've got an injured player. Well, hopefully, obviously nothing serious here. Medical staff, though, going to take a peek, and we'll take a break. They'll run for the first time with Tyler Bidet. They'll get 3 as the drive continues. It's a 1st down.
I think they like this drive a little bit better there, partner. Running game helping out, picking up some of the slack. Because remember the last drive, they went 3 and out.
And looking to throw, Penix. And he bats it away, and it falls down incomplete.
He didn't just deny a big throw there. He broke that one up in the red zone. An excellent play, one that may help save points on the board when this drive is over.
Straight ahead, here's Mason. And a solid run down inside the 30. That'll leave them with a 3rd and 2 coming up. They got 8 yards there. They'll try and pick it up by running the option to the right. And it'll be a minimum pickup here as it will take us to the end of the 1st quarter. We're scoreless after 1. Second quarter now, San Antonio in possession as they've got it with 4th down and 1. Santos' kick is up and through, and it's 3-0 here in the 2nd quarter. Well, both teams kind of feeling each other out here, and now after 3 drives, we have a score with that field goal.
Yeah, they're still waiting for their breakout drive to come to them, all right? They're using the playbook well. They're looking for that extra section that says touchdowns instead of field goals. But they'll take the 3 for now and try and get set up for more later.
And all in all, a pretty solid return. Nearly got it to the 35. They'll mark him down officially at the 34. The Thunderbirds offense led by their running back headed out for the 2nd possession. We show you the NFL leaders in rushing touchdowns. You can see where he's right up there amongst the league's best at finding the end zone. They'll start out on the ground with Jones. And they're going to stop him right at the line of scrimmage. Just no cutback lane to be found whatsoever. 2nd and 10.
2nd and 10 at the 34-yard line.
Now Darnold. That's complete to Disley, the tight end. And he'll go out of bounds, it looks like, right at the 40. In search of 4 yards here to pick up the 1st down. Motion man is Shakir. Off of play action, Darnold.
Under pressure, and down he goes.
Aiden Hutchinson. That is now 2 sacks for him here in this first half.
He's the NFL sack leader coming into the game, and now that's 2 more that he's added to his total.
He wants some separation from spot 1 and 2 in that sack category.
And he'll get credit for putting him inside the 20 as the fair catch is made right at about the 19-yard line. So possession goes over here on the punt.
And it will be 1st and 10 as they take over. To the air, Penix. To the right side and complete to Metcalf. And he'll be corralled right around the 34. They may want to go back to that one. First play of the drive, good for 15 and a first down.
And this was a nice example of an offensive coordinator scheming his guy open. Just a little underneath route, just trying to free up some space, and it worked awfully well. Got him not just space, but plenty of room to run after the catch to pick up really nice yardage.
And looking to throw, Penix.
Can't get away, and he's taken down.
Javon Kinlaw gets him for a loss of 8. What great push up front.
So that complicates things a bit here. 18 yards to go now on 2nd down.
Here's Penix.
Under pressure, they got him again.
Osa Odighizuwa with the effort there to earn the sack.
The lessons will continue, but this rookie, he's got to learn how to read situations just a little bit better. That far behind the line, he's got to find a way to get rid of the football and not take the sack, whether it's with his legs or just throwing it away.
Need something from deep in the bag of tricks here after 1st and 2nd down went backwards. It's 3rd and very long.
From the shotgun, it's Penix. Pass is caught by Wan'Dale Robinson.
Yeah, that's good for a gain of 6, and that's going to make it 4th down.
And I think he just wanted to get the ball to one of his playmakers to see if they can make something happen, but he ends up throwing into a crowded area, and after the catch, he isn't able to do much with it.
And here's Gillen on now to punt as he gets this one away.
Call that a 45-yard punt, just 2 yards there on the return.
So here's Louisville set to take over on offense.
It hasn't gone particularly well for them. That's obvious. In these conditions, no points so far. They've got to get that offense on track. The question, how do they do it?
It is the age-old question, isn't it? And to me, finding a way to make sure your playmakers touch the ball without it being too exotic. Meaning you don't have to go deep down the field. Maybe you hit them on those short passes on the perimeter. Make sure you just turn around and hand it to your best runner and get out of the way. Don't cause any extra stress on your offense.
Now 2nd and 9.
Here's Darnold.
And that one's going to be off target and incomplete.
Well, congratulations to them. They come through defensively with another stop. And let's face it, this secondary, they've gone unchallenged so far in the first half.
From the gun on 3rd down, here's Darnold.
He's got his target. That's complete.
Now he's going to get this all the way down inside the 35. That's a first down with a cherry on top, 31 yards.
Despite writing it down on my notes, I never give enough credit to the offensive line, and we have to here. The protection, that's what made this play a success. Quarterback had to wait for his crossing route to develop, and that takes a little bit of extra time. Excellent job by the big fellas up front.
Now it's Darnold.
Well, he tries to force it in, and it's intercepted. Jack Campbell with a pick.
And the return this time will go out to the 42-yard line.
Boy, he had to fit that into a pretty tight window over the middle. And, Charles, I think they were in zone defensively, weren't they?
They certainly were. Nice read on your part. And sometimes the quarterback isn't fooled between zone and man. Sometimes just fooled by the type of zone that he sees. Because oftentimes, those linebackers will vacate and run downfield with receivers. In this case, he played a pure zone and was in the wrong spot for the QB.
Good starting field position for them here as they come up 1st and 10 at their own 42. They'll try and start this drive in the air. Robinson's got it. So the completion good for 6 yards, and it's 2nd down.
Operating Rotating from the gun, Penix. Gonna let one fly for Robinson. And he's got it inside the 10. And he's able to get this way down deep into enemy territory. Now the offense going to use the first of their timeouts as the clock stops here with 46 seconds remaining in the first half. The chain gang hustling to catch up. Here's first and goal from just inside the 10. They'll look to throw. Over the middle, it's complete. Only a yard on the completion. It's second and goal.
As a defense, you're more balanced when you're in zone coverage because you're able to keep your eyes on the quarterback and see the play develop in front of you. They're able to keep the quick pass in front of them and stop it right at the line of scrimmage.
Back to throw again. A dump off for Mason. And he goes backwards on this one, losing yardage to the 7. This will wind up a loss on the play. And now what we have here, a third and goal. They'll throw now on the final play. And it's caught. Touchdown. Wan'Dale Robinson in the final seconds of the first half. And the Pioneers would extend their lead here just before halftime. Cairo Santos on to try the extra point. It's up and good, and that'll increase their lead to 10-zip. So that drive spanned 5 plays. And it was finished up by a touchdown catch from Wan'Dale Robinson. From a couple yards deep, he'll bring it out of the end zone. So we have reached halftime with our score 10-0. As we send you to our EA studios in Orlando, here's Jonathan Coachman with our EA Sports Halftime Report.
All right, Brandon, we'll get back to you two in a bit. For now, plenty of early game action around the NFL to get you caught up on, so let's get to it. We'll get started out in the Sooner state of Oklahoma, where you see the final score there. George Pickens, a touchdown catch in the victory. From there, we say, so long, America. Hello, England, as we head over the Atlantic to check out the action in London. And as you see, they were losers earlier this afternoon. Jalen Tolbert, a touchdown catch in the victory. This has certainly been a fun one to watch so far. We knew this was going to be a battle, and we have not been disappointed. This is the kind of game that could wind up hinging on which side can play mistake-free football the rest of the way.
All right, Coach, thank you, and we welcome everyone back for quarter number 3. Forecast calling for more of the same. The rain set to continue as we are underway in the second half. And he brings us out past the 20 to the 24. This offense ready to go to begin this third quarter. By no means certainly are they out of this contest. 2-score game start of the third quarter, but you feel like if they don't get points and then they give up points, then it can become a slippery slope. This feels like an important possession.
Yeah, and that slope becomes even more slick if you come away empty-handed on this drive, because then you give them a chance to extend their lead. You need some kind of points here, even if it's just a field goal. It's what I call one of those calming drives. Try and slow things down a little bit.
In motion, the tight end. Out of the shotgun, here's Darnold. Over the middle, and there's a diving catch. 2 catches in the first half. Now he's got a third here, and it's good for a first. Darnold from the gun. He'll rifle this one deep right side. And that is incomplete.
You get the sense that they're saying we're not playing up to what we're capable of, and we're deep enough into the game that the early jitters are long gone, that they should now have some sense of continuity and be able to make some of these plays that they have not been doing so far.
They do get a yard there, but only a yard. Leaves them with 3rd and 9 looming.
Brings up 3rd down and 9.
To throw is Darnold. And Darnold going to slide to the ground here, but not before he does pick up the first down.
It's a pickup of 15 and a fresh set of downs.
It certainly appears that he's been able to get a read on how they've wanted to contain him in this game. He's seen some places where he can beat them in big spots, and right there, he slides in with ease for the first down.
Still in search of their first touchdown of the game, but they're on the move. 1st and 10.
That's complete. It's Brandon Ayuk.
That'll go for a gain of 7, and it'll be 2nd down.
A 7-yard pickup brings up 2nd and 3 at the 40-yard line.
They'll fake the handoff. Now Darnold.
And that went to the right side and incomplete.
And a smart play there. He's probably saying, I wish I would have done that on the last drive instead of throwing the interception.
Faking the give. Darnold. He's going to go for a big play downfield. And it's knocked away and incomplete.
Chuck Clark, the one in coverage, and he breaks up the pass. He's had trouble finding open receivers all game, CD, and that's because really there hasn't been many. This defense has been all over them.
Yeah, they're one of the better defenses in the league, and every time I talk to someone around the NFL, they all say the exact same thing. They're so fundamentally sound, it's hard to execute against them.
Now we take a glance at the offense as they work their way back out for their first possession of the second half. The drive begins with Mason. And they'll get him down up past the 15-yard line. Trying to find some space to operate, and now they'll have it. A gain of 12, a big first down to get away from the end zone.
First down, San Antonio.
And they'll send the slot in motion left.
Mason going to get it on first down.
And he'll take this ahead for about 4. 2nd down coming up. In the first half, he was held in check on the ground, but despite that lack of production, they still have the lead.
Yeah, and they've got to feel fortunate about that. If they could actually get production from their lead horse, that would help open up this offense and widen this margin, too.
And he'll be tackled at the 23 after a gain of 3.
Well, they're hoping that the second half is better for him than the first half. They've got to find a way to get him going. He's a big part of their offense.
On 3rd down, Bidet.
And oh, he's just going to be short here, barely, maybe by a half a foot. It'll be 4th and inches. Good job there keeping him to a short gain. Of course, he's coming off a really terrific performance, reigning NFC Defensive Player of the Week.
And I know people get caught up in, well, if you're the reigning Defensive Player of the Week, you must have made a bunch of spectacular plays. I think you mixed in a few of those, but most of the plays are just like we saw there. Keep them to short gains, make the fundamental tackle.
That'll be a 44-yard boot, just a yard on the return as he's covered up quickly.
So here's Louisville set to take over on offense.
And here we are almost through 3 quarters of play, and this passing game still has not really found any kind of rhythm.
Put it mildly, because they're not even over 100 yards yet. And in today's NFL, where it's a pass-first league, that is quite surprising. Not many teams patient enough to stick with the run. Everybody wants to advance the ball through the air. They've got to get their timing back.
2nd down and 3.
It's a gain of 7. Brings up 2nd and 3.
On the counter, here's Jones. And able to get this one across the 45 before he's brought down. That'll be a pickup of 10 as they try to recover from this 10-point deficit.
They were not fooling around at all, were they? 2nd and short, and they brought out the heavy package. Almost felt like the super heavy package against that defense, didn't it?
Yeah, I don't think they expected that much beef up front, and it turned into an easy first down conversion.
And we see another pitch and catch there to the running back. This position just continues to evolve. They become just as critical to the passing attack as a lot of receivers, tight ends, because their ability to make people miss in the open field can really generate big plays for an offense.
Back now here on EA Sports, as it looks like we are just about set and ready to begin with the 4th. A play fake, and it's Darnold. And he can't escape, and down he goes.
Jermaine Johnson.
Just would not be denied. That's a loss of 7. This offense so far on third down, 2 for 5 to this point. This will be 3rd and 15. Here's Darnold. Being chased out left. Oh, the pressure too great, and he goes down once more.
That sack courtesy of Jack Campbell.
Brandon, what I remember most about playing with guys who knew how to rush the passer, they would just tell you, just cover people for me, just long enough for me to get there. And that's exactly what happened on that play.
4th down, and for Darnold, it's desperation time. And it's incomplete. They cannot convert, and they turn it over. The 4th down pass play doesn't work out, and the ball will go over on downs on the short side of the field. So they really needed points here in a 2-score game, could not come away with anything there on 4th.
And while we know they're a little bit discouraged here, they can't check out of this game. You and I have called a good number of games over the course of our career where we've seen these types of situations. Teams get the ball back, and that miracle does occur. So they can't let that dream go just yet. They have to get stout on defense here.
Yeah, right now really hoping for a turnover.
And they'll come up 2nd and 7. They'll go play action here with Penix. And that's to the left sideline and incomplete.
I see the surprise in your face there, partner. That is a rare incompletion from him. He's been on point this entire game.
He has percentage completion-wise way up, not that time.
On 3rd down, Penix from the gun.
Steps away to his left. And he will slide to a stop. He does have the 1st down. They give him 17 yards that time as that'll move the chains. So there you go. Save your best scramble of the day for a big-time situation in the 4th quarter, picking up the 1st.
You don't want to use it up early, right? You want to make sure you save it for that exact moment, that key time. And that's what he did, although you and I both know it wasn't planned that way. But what a nice job using his eyes, scanning the field, and realizing when it was time to exit the pocket and go.
Clock continuing to run. They'll probably wind this all the way before snapping it on 2nd down. 4 yards the gain, and it'll bring up a 3rd down.
Some of the most unselfish players on any football team, defensive tackles, because we ask them to just eat up blocks and allow other people to make tackles. But when he can make a play himself, as we just saw there, that's a big day.
And they'll hustle up to stop him well shy of the 1st, right around the 15. Only a yard on the pickup there, and it's going to leave him with a 4th down.
Defensively, we always know that he is tough in run support, and I think the way that he gets there is he understands what an offense is going to do before the ball's even snapped. A great job of scouting prior to the game, then reading, reacting, and taking the right path to the ball carrier.
2 minutes left to play in this football game here on EA Sports. So it's our visitors with a football as we get you reset. They've got a 4th down here in a game that looks to have been decided already. Santos' kick is up and through, and that will extend their lead even further. So they settle for just the 3, but clearly right now anything helps trying to salt this one away in the 4th.
Without a doubt, obviously a touchdown probably would have been the final nail to finish this thing off, but they still ate up time, got points, so while it's not mission accomplished, it's darn close.
And a good return as he'll be stopped just shy of the 30-yard line. Well, the Louisville offense back out now. And they have had their problems moving the ball through the air as we take you through some of the action from earlier. This secondary has played about as well as you can. Many times they've left this quarterback with nowhere to go with the football. They'll come up 1st and 10 here. Now Darnold. Complete, Valdez-Scantling.
And he'll be taken down, but not before they work it across midfield. Now the offense going to use the first of their timeouts as they'll head to the sideline and talk over what to do next.
Another catch for Valdez-Scantling.
And he is tackled inside the 40, not quite to the 35.
Darnold.
He lets this one fly toward the back of the end zone. That's going to be knocked away and incomplete.
And while it's probably going to take a miracle at this stage, if they come down with this one in the end zone, they've still got a fighting chance. That one, however, winds up incomplete.
Got an open man. It's Valdez-Scantling.
Well, the elements, the crowd, the situation, this is NFL football at its best. Here's third down.
And he knocks the ball away, and it falls incomplete.
Just a difficult situation to be in here in the final minute. Down 2 scores, you know you need some providence from somewhere. They're going to keep firing away till the end, but this one falls incomplete.
And they hit him as he throws, as this one's going to go straight down to the turf. Incomplete. They had to go for it with such little time remaining, and as a result, possession switches hands. So with that, we can just about close the book on this one, Charles.
Yeah, what's the old expression about slim and none? Well, Slim just left town on that
They're
one.
down to none?
Yes, exactly right.
We got to have 2 hands on the football here as they run on first down.
Now a second timeout called for by the defense, as the clock will stop with 45 seconds left to go in the game. So they come up on second down, and they can get another run like we just saw. Would likely put an end to this thing. And he's dropped right at the 40. Gain of 3. Now the defense will burn their third and final timeout, as they'll stop it with just over 40 seconds to go in the game. And they will take a knee here.
Brandon, I can just tell you from experience, there's nothing like pitching a shutout on defense, but even more so when it's a tight game. I mean, when every defensive play is crucial and you don't give up any points, boy, they're going to feel awfully good about themselves after this one.
Yeah, exactly. The offense wasn't humming, but, hey, all they needed was you can't score 1 point. All they needed was 2 points. Well, you can't score 2 points on offense. All they needed was at least 3, and they got what they needed.
They got what they needed. Exactly right.
The offense now at the line, ready for their next drive. This is just an exercise in futility. Do you even bother running a play here offensively?
I wouldn't, because now is not going to erase what's happened during the game. So after it's over, you're going to go to the film, find out where the game was really lost. But this is not a situation now where you're going to make up for anything.
We'll see what they do here. So this crowd will not go home happy. It's a victory for our visitors, and they did it in shutout fashion. Impressive.
Would it be too bland of a statement to say they didn't have the greatest day offensively? I mean,
did enough, though. Did enough. But, yeah, you're right.
Most games, it wouldn't have been enough. So they've got to go into the locker room and applaud their defensive mates and say, guys, you really carried us today. We'll try and get you back next time. But as for today, you guys were nails out there.
So for San Antonio, they move back over 500 now at 4-3. And they will head back home next week. Meanwhile, for Louisville, they dropped just their second game so far as they fall to 5-2. And they will try to get back in the swing of things next week on the road. Thanks for tuning in, everybody. Alongside Charles Davis, we thank our entire crew. I'm Brandon Gaudin. This is the NFL on EA Sports.
It's week 7 of the NFL, and all eyes are on the dual threat Lamar Jackson. He's going to have to air it out plenty this week. It's the Bulls and the Huskies, next on EA Sports.
What better way to start off the afternoon than with some football, huh? It's time to get things started here on the NFL on EA Sports. Glad to have you with us, football fans. Kate Scott and Brock Hewitt up here in the broadcast booth. And Brock, one side with a clear advantage coming into this one, coming off the bye week, while their opposition, well, not only are they less rested, but they're coming off a bit well as well.
Just a reality. I'm sorry, just a reality of the NFL that every season you're going to catch somebody coming off a bye or in more time to rest up than you did. And if you feel sorry for yourself, well, you're probably going to lose. When these games come along, it's time to grit your teeth and work even harder on those tired legs. You're going to see a lot of teams in that spot try some big plays early.
Not a kicker or a punter here, Brock. It's safety Justin Reed to get this one going. And we're underway here in Omaha. And he's brought down just inside the 25 on the return. So here comes their offense for its opening drive. And then brought out by the reigning MVP, the second of his career, the best runner in the game. It's Lamar Jackson.
As you take the field coming off of a bye week, you really want to take advantage of what you just did. The self-scouting, the evaluating of yourself over the early part of this season, and make sure you capture what you want to do and what you have to do over the rest of the season.
That's complete. Here's Brown. And he breaks even, but that's it. Brought down at that line of scrimmage. Terrell Bernard tracking that one down. Well, as we see the names populating this injury report, partner, we recognize they've had to do some adjusting over the course of the season as key contributors have gone down.
And this, right here, this is where fan favorites and surprise superstars are born, Kate. From guys having to step in as a result of these injuries. You never root for players to miss time and go down, but you'll always root for the guys filling in, who are getting their shot to make their name and contribute when it really matters. You call that receiver screen, and every once in a while, that wide receiver, well, he's got to be his own blocker. He's got to make the first guy or two miss. That didn't happen, play goes nowhere.
Third and long for him here. He'll get this one to Brown.
I know on the stat sheet, Kate, that shows up as passing yards, but any defensive coordinator will take it. Understanding down and distance and keeping that offense short of the sticks.
Punt team is on now, and they get this away. Takes it in at the 26. And before that return amounts to much, they bring him down. So here comes this offense as they get set for their opening drive. Leading them out is fresh off a third Super Bowl title. The standard for quarterback excellence today, Patrick Mahomes.
And you wonder, as he's about to take his first snap today, yeah, he took care of the football last week, Kate. That was great, no interceptions. But just the one touchdown. Be curious if he cranks up that aggressive knob today.
Throwing on first down, Mahomes. Pocket isn't holding up. They're able to drop it. And the big play drives them backwards. Second down coming up.
First couple snaps, first drive of a game, it's all about who can land that opening punch. Gain that first advantage in a game-long back and forth. Well, that opening punch was a solid cross, maybe even an uppercut that caught him right on the job and sets an immediate tone for this defense.
Everyone's prepped. It's second down now. Trying again, following the sack. That one's on the mark, Jacoby Myers. And he's downed after getting this up to the 41.
You know what I like about that, Kate? I like that they're not coming out slow. They're willing to go with some looks here that will yield big yardage down the field instead of just settling for dinking and dunking the ball.
Left side, gets it out quick, and it's caught. And he'll be brought down a step or two shy of midfield. They're going to mark him at the 48. That one ends up a gain of 6. And it'll give him a first down. They'll put one of the tight ends in motion. On first and 10, here's Mahomes. This time they're going to get there, and they drop him. And the big play drives them backwards. Second down coming up.
Sometimes I wish everybody could feel what that feels like. When you're a QB and you just feel the air in the pocket getting sucked out and you know there's no escape, it can be just one heck of a deflating feeling. Not for that defense who puts a sack on the board.
Offense to the line for second down. Another try following the sack. Complete. It's Myers. Still fighting forward. He makes it in for the touchdown. The Huskies get a perfect start. They've gone up 6-0. So no mistaking that play call, Brock. They send everybody on deep goes, and it winds up paying off. What a play.
And you'd think on the other side defensively they'd be ready for this, but this is truly a breakdown in the secondary. They're just not able to make a play on the ball in the air, and the end result, as you said, a big play and a touchdown.
Extra point try is good by McManus. And the Huskies will jump out to a 7-0 lead. Reed now to kick this one away. Khalif Raymond to return it. Coverage team gets him down at the 26-yard line. The Bulls and Lamar Jackson are ready to go again on offense. And they've been willing to both call runs for him and let him ad-lib as he sees fit. He's top 5 for rushing yards by a quarterback this season. Offense ready to begin this drive. 1st and 10. Jackson to throw it. That's caught. Rashid Shaheed makes the play. This is ahead for about 5. Eric Kendricks there for the tackle.
Well, that's a pretty similar result to a first down run play. Moves it forward, keeps you on schedule, and makes 2nd and 3rd down a whole lot easier to manage.
And this won't amount to much. Tackled after a small run to the 32. They manage a single yard that time. They're going to have to solve 3rd down and 4. From the gun, Jackson. Making defenders pay for trying to tackle him. And he's tackled with the 1st down yardage.
You're not going to last long in the National Football League if you don't convert a good chunk of your 3rd downs. Nice find there to continue the series.
New set of downs for him at the 38. Now it's the first carry for Isaiah Pacheco. And the defense gets there to force a small loss. These two NFC North teams have played one so far. Neither side separating much so far. We'll return with more NFL action right after this. We're back, and we'll join this drive already in progress to begin quarter 2. They have 2nd down behind the sticks. This one is hit by a defender and winds up incomplete. That one firmly denied by the man in coverage. And things look tougher now with 3rd and long. They go play fake with Jackson. That throw's knocked away and incomplete. 4th down coming up.
How many times do defenders hear from their coaches, read and react, read and react? You got to read where the quarterback's eyes are going, and then more importantly, you got to react as he begins to throw and knock that ball away.
Punter takes the field on 4th down, and he sends this one flying. And a fair catch made here at the 17. The Huskies ready for another drive on offense as Jacoby Myers heads out. And they take the field exactly where they want it to be, Brock. Up a touchdown early and with the home crowd a little quieter than normal.
I'm not going to lie to you, Kate. I think most quarterbacks, competitors love playing on the road when they do just this. Just quiet them. Right? Turn them against their own team. They were quiet after that opening touchdown. You score another one, they're going to start to murmur, and we might even hear a few boo birds.
So now, partner, got to reevaluate what to do on this next snap because the holding call pushes him back quite a ways. Operating from the gun, here's Mahomes. Pass taken in by Freiermuth. And he'll get this up to the 18-yard line. 2nd and 10, need to get some positive yardage here. Out of the gun, it's Mahomes. Finds a man, Deontay Johnson has it. And that's good for a gain of 5. Hold Holcomb there on the stop. Got to figure out this 3rd down here. From the gun, it's Mahomes. And he just gets rid of this one, but unfortunately, that means 4th down coming up.
This is why we hear about closing speed so often when you evaluate players. You know, once he senses the pressure, he's getting rid of that ball. It takes a player who can close quickly to get to him before it's released and alter that throw.
And he's brought down before the return gets far. Call that a booming 56 yards in the end. And they'll get ready to go on offense. Now this offense ready to head back out. And it's far from the first time we're seeing this unit head out, Brock. But what we haven't seen so far in this opening half, well, we haven't seen much in terms of yardage.
No, it's like they've written a few lyrics, but nowhere close to a song yet.
That's low and bounces short of his man.
That play right there, Kate, that just goes to show you, you can't take any completion for granted. Even some of the shortest passes in the game plan.
A 2nd down run by Pacheco. He's only going to manage to get back to the line. Justin Reed with the tackle. No gain on the play, and they still need 10 now on 3rd down.
It's 3rd and 10.
Shotgun snap to Jackson. That's caught for the 1st. And they're going to haul him down just shy of the 40. Give him 18 yards on that play, Brock, and it gets him a 1st down.
It was such a privilege for me to watch Marvin Harrison and Reggie Wayne in person in Indianapolis do their work. Darrell Jackson out in Seattle. They showed how great a deep out is as a chain-moving play. It's all about getting that leverage at the top of the route and then exploiting the leverage as that ball arrives on time downfield.
They'll give this up the middle to Pacheco. And this is pushed ahead for a gain of 5. Terrell Bernard tracking that one down. All right, here we go. 2nd down.
Brings up 2nd and 5 at the 36.
They've got a man in motion. Back to Pacheco here on 2nd. And he's stopped. Now we'll wait to hear what this flag is all about.
Holding. Offense.
A game they were pretty happy with goes away via the penalty. And now we're going to wait to see how they respond. Lamar off the play fake. Taken in by Shaheed.
Ineligible receiver downfield. Offense.
Would have liked to have kept that big play, but the officials and penalties say no, and it's got to come back.
Still 2nd down.
Back to the line they go. It's 2nd down. Out of the gun, here's Jackson. Has a man, it's Brown. And they finally bring him down, but that is a big gain and a new set of downs. That chunk worth a nice 21 yards. And they're going to have a 1st down. That's the 2-minute warning in what has been a defensive battle. To the line we go. They're set, 1st and 10. Lamar now from the gun. Defender arrives right as the ball does, and the hit knocks it free. Incomplete. No dice on that prior pass. Here's 2nd down. Throwing again is Lamar. Finds him over the middle. Gets it ahead, has about 5 yards. Making the stop that time, Taron Johnson. This offense looking to convert as they come up on 3rd down. Jackson's gonna throw again. And it's incomplete, and that's gonna bring up 4th down.
Well covered on that play. Really not a large window for him to sneak that throw in.
The former soccer star, Brandon Aubrey, on now to attempt the field goal. It's a 38-yard look here. Gay's kick is good. And it's dropped back down now to a 4-point game.
That's the type of long, sustained drive that takes some of the starch out of your opponent. The only negative is that the kicking team was out there for a field goal and not an extra point. But they do come away with 3.
This one's fielded at the 4-yard line. And this drive will start inside the 25. This offense making its way back out now. They're getting close to a minute to play, Brock, and they're going to need that time with a long field ahead. They're out and set, 1st and 10. And he breaks into enemy territory before being stopped on a huge gain. Now we've got some whistles as we see an injured player, and pretty quick to identify. It's Pat Freiermuth who was hurt on the play. So the complexion of this drive has changed dramatically now. New set of downs inside the 35. 1st and 10, it's Mahomes. Gets this to Johnson. And they haul him down just a foot or 2 shy of the red zone. A new set of downs forthcoming. It's 1st and 10. Here's Mahomes. Finding Hurst. And he's short of the 1st after a mild gain. Timeout taken by the offense. Their 2nd. 2nd and 6 coming up here. From the 17. Into the hands of Garrett Wilson. That one goes for 15, and now they're going to have 1st and goal.
That's just great instincts. Go air it out on 2nd down rather than just play conservative and run it. They hit a weak point in the coverage and don't need to worry about 3rd down at all.
Four downs now to get in. Here's 1st and goal. Back to the air, Mahomes. Intercepted in the end zone. And the Bulls make the defensive stand and come through with a turnover in the final moments of the half.
Well, that's it right there. That's the resilience and the mental toughness that every coach wants to see from his defense. Not a great spot for him. Backed up close enough that they're going to get shots taken in the end zone. But instead of collapsing under pressure, they rose up and they created the takeaway.
And the drive will start out with a 1st and 10. All right, no more excitement here in this 1st half. He kneels this one down. Both teams head to the locker room. So at halftime, the Huskies fighting to an advantage on the road. Now we'll get you down to Orlando, where Jonathan Coachman is waiting to deliver the EA Sports halftime report.
All right, Kate, we'll get back to you and Brock in a bit. For now, plenty of early action in the 1 o'clock Eastern window to get you caught up on. So let's get to it. We'll get started out in the Sooner state of Oklahoma, where it was definitely a game with some intrigue, as you can see by the scoreline. George Pickens, a touchdown catch in the victory. From there we say, so long, America, hello, England, as we head over the Atlantic to check out the action in London. And as you see, they were losers earlier this afternoon. Jalen Tolbert, a touchdown catch in the victory. With that, the two squads are headed out of the tunnel. So let's get you back out to Kay Scott and Brock Heward.
All right, thank you, Coach, and we are back and about set to begin the second half. Aubrey now to kick this one away. Johnson now on the return. Oh, he's showing some burst on this return. And he gets across the 30 before he's brought down. Their offense taking the field now for the opening drive of the second half. And they really leaned on that passing game in the first half, Brock. Let's see if that emphasis continues to start the third. First down throw, Mahomes. Has him on the quick hitter. And he's going to be brought down at the 42.
That's what you call efficiency. Exactly what you're looking for on first down. Textbook. It sets up second and very manageable, and it creates that space if you want to take a shot downfield.
That play goes for 19 and a new set of downs.
I think my favorite part was the magic he worked after the catch. The way he took the completion and made so much more out of it by adding all the extra yardage.
New slated downs to approach here from the 40. They run it with Saquon Barkley. And they sent it straight ahead, but the front stops him after a gain of 3.
Okay, that's a run that's ho-hum on the stat sheet, but if you see a bigger play on the ground later on, it'll largely be because of a play just like that one, softening up the front and opening the door for a bigger gap in the future.
Pocket isn't holding up. They're able to drop it. And that pushes them back. Third down coming up.
That sure ended up being a worst-case scenario. Pass rush just kept coming and bearing down, and he was looking for an escape that wasn't there. It's just one of those plays in hindsight, Kate, where you really got to understand, I got to cut bait, cut my losses, and avoid such a negative play.
Let's see what they went with on third down. Now it's Mahomes. He's on the move. Pressure's there, and he goes down again. And consecutive sacks have them staring at a tough fourth down. The Huskies lining up for a punt. And this will be his second effort of the contest. And no chance at a return. He wisely angled it for the sideline and got it down to the 12 before going out. Now this offense getting set to work here. And their defense sure has kept this game close. Now it's time for them to come through, get some points for their team in this low-scoring affair. Run from Pacheco to start the half. And he gets him around 6 there. Making the stop that time, Kool-Aid McKinstry. After a good pickup, they've got 2nd and 4.
It's a pickup of 6. Brings up 2nd and 4 at the 17-yard line.
Right back to Pacheco. And defenders are there to get him at the line. Justin Reed with the tackle. They'll need 4 to convert now after no gain on 2nd down.
It's now 3rd and 4.
Now it's Lamar. He has the first over the middle. And he's up to the 35-yard line as they reel him in. That one goes for 17 yards and moves the chains.
I may love watching a great thrower, but I love watching a well-done route too, Kate. Make that guy think you're trying to stack him only to drop your hips, cut right inside. Some good work to help reset those chains.
First down, here's Lamar. Into a ton of traffic, and this one's intercepted. Taron Johnson has it. And the Huskies get the football as he makes his 3rd interception of this season. Well, no doubt they envision that as the start of a second half push for the lead. But the defense, well, defense had other ideas, Brock, protecting their team's advantage and taking possession back on the first play of the series.
Not the way you needed to start the half if you were thinking comeback, but exactly the way to start the half if you're trying to take this lead and step on it. That's a defender who sensed the need for a splash play and delivers.
They motion the tight end over. On 1st and 10, here's Mahomes. Short pass brought in. And they've got him down near the red zone at the 22. After a good pickup, they're set up with 2nd and short. Throwing with a blitz on the way. Hurst there to grab it. And he'll pick up enough to move the chains. All set up now for 1st and 10. Working inside the red zone. Wilson's got it. Pick up of a few as he heads out of bounds. They'll come to the line here, 2nd and 9. Tight end going in motion here. Throwing again, Mahomes. The throw is caught. Decent gain here, but short of the first. We'll see what they come up with for 3rd down in just a bit. We've reached the end of 3. It's their ball late. They have a lead, but it's far from over yet. Third and a lone yard coming up. Again, Mahomes to throw. That one is incomplete. Couldn't hang on through the contact. Official signaling for a timeout. It's taken by the offense. Flying down the heart of the lane, and it's good! And they're going to grow their lead late, but still a one-score ball game.
Kate, it's 3 more on the scoreboard, but both sides really know it's all about one possession here in the 4th quarter when it really matters.
Tucker now on the return. And a decent return ends as they bring him down inside the 30. Back out runs their offense. They're coming off their first interception of the game. This drive now a chance to rebuild some confidence. They'll get this drive started. 1st and 10. Raymond in motion left. Play fake, Jackson. He puts some juice on a deep throw down the middle. He was too far downfield at the time of the pass. Gotta stay within a yard of the line. That'll back him up.
Still 1st down.
Pacheco gets it from the gun. And a couple of teammates combining there for the stop after just 1 yard.
You know, they got some positive yards. That's a good thing. But too many plays like that, it just is too hard to pile together, get 1st downs against the better defenses in this league.
It's Pacheco again. And that tackle stops him after a solid gain. 4 yards does get him back to even, partner, but they're left with 3rd and 10 now.
Gain of 4 brings up 3rd and 10.
Shotgun snap to Jackson. Pressure's on him, and it gets home. He's dropped. And the defense comes through. That's going to back him up and bring up 4th down.
I think his decision-making wrote a check that his legs couldn't catch this time. This QB could run, and he's ranging, looking for space, looking for an outlet. But there was none to be had. No escape route available this time.
The Bulls sending out their punt team. And after that drive went backwards, he's going to send this one forward. And he finally gets a hold of one here. This is hit far. And little to nothing on that return as the coverage team gets to him. That punt finishes as a 60-yard effort. And it's going to be their football coming up. New slated downs to approach here from the 40. Throwing on 1st down, Mahomes. Caught by Freiermuth. And he's got a decent gain before being brought down. Halfway to the marker, it's 2nd and 5. Straight ahead, here's Barkley. And he has it to the 42 before they make the stop. They'll move the chains after that pickup of 12.
You know, the elite running backs in this league, they don't just see what's right in front of them. You set up big runs like this because they see what's behind them. That's called extraordinary vision and extra yards.
First down, and they go right back to him. And they love to see him fighting forward, but he only gets them 3.
Hey, not a bad play by any means, but there's room for more, and they know it.
Second down now, 7 to go. Motioning the tight end now. And they'll let the clock run all the way down and expire.
Delay of game, offense.
Everyone was set and at the line. The quarterback just didn't snap it before the play clock hit 0.
Still second down.
All right, one more snap before the 2-minute warning. Second and 12 behind the sticks. He had it for a moment, but a great defensive play to jar it loose. Incomplete. Last pass unsuccessful, and they have third down here. Barkley on the shotgun handoff. And he has it to the 42 before they make the stop. So quickly the defense burns a timeout here. 1:57 remaining in the game. Punting unit out now. And this will fly out of bounds to deny a return. They're going to mark it a little before the 20. Here comes their offense out again. They were only on the field for 3 plays their prior series, Brock. Let's see what changes they make to take over here. He'll look to throw it. That's complete. Here's Brown. And he'll go down after pushing this up to the 29. Second and 3 now.
Brings up second and 3 at the 29-yard line.
Running out of the gun with Pacheco. And he's tackled with the first down yardage. Clock working against him here as they hurry to that line. Here he is to throw. He'll get this one to Brown. And they'll take him down at the 43-yard line. Before we can get a snap on second down, they call timeout. Setting up to pass. Beckham there to grab it. That'll go for an 18-yard gain. And it'll give him a first down.
Kid, I can't tell you how good that is. Anticipating the outcut, having the ball on the way before the receiver's head even turns, he puts it on him so that receiver can easily get out of bounds for the nice gain.
To the line for a new set of downs, only a lone timeout at their disposal. Back to throw. Short throw is dropped. This one's incomplete. He can't hang on to the pass. And it's going to be second down. Jackson's going to throw again. Connection made to Raymond. And he's tackled after gaining a handful. So before third down whistles, and yep, the timeout comes in. Here he is to throw. Complete beyond the marker. And he'll pick up enough to move the chains. On first and 10, it's Jackson. He has it at the 5. And it's not over yet. They score here in the final minutes, and now they can tie or even win this game right here. So they punch it in for 6, Brock, and now a conversion away from tying this game back up.
This one just has the feel, doesn't it? The makings of a one-score game in the fourth quarter that could go either way.
On for the PAT, and a make would tie us up late. All right, got a timeout here. Just 8 seconds remaining in our ball game. Defense had a chance to scheme it up, now lined up to defend this try.
The offense will
All or nothing, they'll run it. And he's going to run in for 2. Oh, they gambled the entire game on that call. And now they're in line for the win. They didn't come here today to play for no overtime, Brock. They didn't come here today to come away with a tie. They came here for the W, baby. And that 2-point conversion has them now moments away from that.
So many factors go into a big decision like that, Kate. You got to separate the emotion of it. You got to look at where your team is, and ultimately, who do you trust the most? In these huge decisions, time and again, it's all about trust to me. And this staff, well, they put the trust in that offense to go deliver, and boy, did they ever.
Look at that time for Deontay Johnson. And that'll bring up 2nd down. One final shot here. And this one falls incomplete. No miracles on the final drive today. This game is over. So something to be proud of, Brock, as they come away with the win. And there was no easing up. It took some white knuckling until the very end, but their defense carried that small lead through to the finish line as they escape with a victory. And with Brock Heward and our EA Sports crew, I'm Kate Scott saying so long from this one. The Bulls winners as we say goodbye from Omaha.
It's week 7 of the National Football League, and the spotlight is on Justin Herbert. He's going to have to air it out plenty this week. It's the Nighthawks and the Redwoods, and it's coming up next on EA Sports.
EA Sports coverage of the National Football League brings us to the state capital of California, the Gold Rush city of Sacramento.
Along with Charles Davis, I'm Brandon Gaudin. And Charles, we look at this Sacramento team as we enter play here. They come in with some fresh legs as they got the week off last week thanks to the early season bye.
And usually you hope your bye comes a little bit later in the year. But when you get a chance to get fresh legs back, you take that time and you run with it.
On the other side of the field for our visitors here, they're hitting their stride of late. Winners of 3 of their last 4. Getting toward the halfway point of the NFL season, Week 7 is underway on EA Sports.
And a nice return sets him up pretty good here right at the 30-yard line.
So out comes this offense to take over for the first time.
And at quarterback from the University of Oregon, it's Justin Herbert.
And coming off of an early season open week. And in this situation, what he told us when we sat down with him was he spent a lot of time working on fundamentals, kind of getting back to basics during that time, as opposed to having to worry about healing up or resting up. It's too early in the season. Get back to the basics, get his game going again.
A quick throw knocked away and incomplete. Now a 2nd and 10.
Here's Herbert. And he's just going to get rid of this thing. To no one here. He throws it away. And now it's 3rd. So 2 incompletions have led him to an early 3rd and 10. Justin Herbert looking to pass.
Work in the middle of the field, and he's got a man complete.
And they're going to have this across midfield and inside the 45. Well, that's one way to convert on 3rd down, picking up 26 yards.
And this is an offense that's near the bottom of the league in rushing, so defensively coming in, you've got to know you're going to see the ball in the air a lot. And that time, it's a completion and a 1st down on this opening drive.
So on the other side of the field now, it's 1st and 10 as they've got things rolling on this drive. They'll try the jet sweep with Kirk.
Oh, and this one may need to go back to the drawing board. He's going to be swallowed up right away.
Officially, it's a 1-yard loss. That's going to bring up 2nd and 11.
At the 46-yard line.
Now it's Herbert.
He gets this one to Mechie.
And he's going to get this inside the 30. That's good for a 1st down, his 2nd catch of the opening drive.
That early game script that they drew up is working pretty well here on this 1st drive. Already in field goal range, Charles, knocking on the door of the red zone.
You know, Brandon, when we met with the coaching staff, they kind of predicted that they would come out firing like this. I think you and I were a little skeptical it would be this easy, but they certainly knew what they were doing in scouting, in preparation, and understanding what their team was capable of.
Here's a 1st and 10 at the 14-yard line.
From the shotgun, here's Herbert.
Mechie has it on the slant.
So give him 5 yards there on the pitch and catch, and it's 2nd down.
2nd and 5 at the 9-yard line.
To the air again, Herbert.
And this throw incomplete. Well, the defender all over him that time, but it's going to lead to 3rd down. They'll need 5 on this play to move the sticks.
From the gun, Herbert on 3rd down. Got a man, and he hits him in stride. He didn't get the touchdown, but he did get the 1st down as he's tackled at the 1.
I don't care how many times we see it. I still get a kick out of watching quarterbacks and receivers do the pass tree in pregame warm-up. But I always remember that when we go to practices, we see that after practices as well. They really tune it up, don't they?
They tune it up. They know why they do it for these situations. And he is into the end zone for a touchdown.
Bijan Robinson, his 3rd rushing touchdown of the year. And the Nighthawks will jump on top with the game's 1st score here this afternoon.
Sometimes offenses can get too cute down near the goal line, but there's nothing fancy about this one. As Coach Lombardi would say, We get a seal here, and we get a seal here. And we run this play in the alley. And that's good work to hit the hole hard and finish in the end zone.
Extra point by Gay is up and good. And it's now a 7-0 game. 7-0 is our score, ready for the dynamic kickoff as this one's away. And makes it across the 20 as his guys will set up shop at the 23-yard line. So out comes this offense to take over for the first time. They'll be led out by a first-round pick back in 2021 from Ohio State. It's Justin Fields.
Coming out of Ohio State, one of the top prospects in the NFL draft, and it was so big that they moved up in the draft to get him, to make sure that they had him. And, boys, he got the full package. Loves the game, big-time arm, 4.4 speed, so good that another quarterback prospect said to him, "What's it feel like to run 4.4? Everybody wants to be that fast."
From the 29, here's 2nd and 3. Again, they run. Again, it's McCaffrey. And this won't be enough to pick up the first. A gain of 2, 3rd and 1. 3rd down and 1. They'll try and pick it up with McCaffrey. And he will have a first down as they get him to the ground at the 37. They get 5 out of that one, and it moves the chains.
Plenty of things to talk about here, partner, but to me, their defense gave up a touchdown on the first drive. How about how they're responding, coming back? That's a big 3rd down pickup to keep their drive alive.
A quick throw knocked away. It's incomplete. Roger McCreary, the man in the right spot to knock that away. 2nd and 10. When you look at this defense, they're a top 5 unit right now against the pass in the league. In fact, they sit at number 5.
Yeah, defending the pass hasn't been an issue for them. It's been stopping the run. And if they don't stop the run, they can't get back to their strength, which is guarding against the air attack.
Back to throw. Fields. Fields, we know he has the good mobility. He flashes it there as he scrambles for the first down.
He's a talented runner, and that means he's always looking for bigger and bigger gains when he takes off. Certainly found some bonus yards there beyond the first down marker, and this early drive will continue with that extra jolt from his legs.
After 1, 7-0 on EA Sports. Ready for the second quarter, and it's our visitors with the football as they've got it with a 1st and 10. Up the gut, McCaffrey. And he gets forward up the middle, but only for a couple. It'll be 2nd down.
You've got to be impressed by that defensive front on reps like those. They were not being moved off the line, kept their shoulders square, and gave their teammates time to fight to the ball and limit that gain.
And he'll be brought down, losing yardage back at the 40. They're 2 for 2 on 3rd down conversions on this drive. This one tough. They need 9 yards on 3rd down. Fields now to throw. Looking for Lockett, and it's intercepted. Picked off by Cameron Curl, and they will take over at the 29-yard line.
Well, this had trouble written all over from the start. He's got 2 extra defensive backs in the game he's got to deal with. They're in a dime set. So everywhere he's looking, he's seeing a different color jersey. And sure enough, this one winds up being intercepted.
The Nighthawks offense and receiver Jalen Waddle getting set for this next possession. And he's been as productive as anyone in the NFL in the middle part of the season. The NFL's leader in receiving yards to this point, and he doesn't appear to be slowing down anytime soon. The offense back out there at the line, ready for their next drive. Coming off every player's friend, the open week from last weekend.
Oh, there's no doubt about that. Even if you're coming off of a loss as they did, the open week is exactly what you need after you kind of get over it a little bit, right? Rest up the mind, rest up the body, get yourself ready to go. And they have to be eager to play again, especially since they lost the last time out.
A gain of 5, good enough for the first down.
That's good for
Herbert. This one complete to Christian Kirk.
will take it in for the touchdown. Christian Kirk, his second touchdown on the season.
And the Nighthawks have taken a 2-touchdown lead now.
As a former DB, you might not like to see that, but from a wide receiver's perspective, those are the plays they dream of.
Correct on both counts, all right? Because once he took off, I mean, let's face it, that should have been done in Big Sky Country. Aren't any speed limits out there? And off he went. Glad I wasn't the one trying to chase him.
Extra point by Gay is up and good, and it's now 14-0. Scoring summary, 3-play drive. Following the touchdown, here's Gay to kick it away. Oh, a good return up past the 30.
A solid return, pretty good field position. They'll start at the 32.
Back onto the field comes this offense, ready for their second drive. And they're in an early hole. The first drive, they threw the interception. That led to a touchdown, so decent-sized deficit early on.
It is, but I think you hit the key words, early on. So they have to decide, do we even need to change game plan, or do we just need to execute better and try and get back in this game?
And they'll get him down after a pickup of 8, 2nd and 2.
Ball on the 39. Here's 2nd down and 2.
McCaffrey running up the middle. Nowhere to go that time. He maybe got a yard up to the 40.
But not much on that run, Charles.
No, that's exactly the way to execute a run blitz there. They guessed correctly that they would move the ball on the ground, honed in on it, and stopped him. Marked that down for a win in the defense's column.
And he's taken down at the 43, but not before picking up the first.
That's about what you would expect since they're so efficient on picking up third downs in the top 5 in the NFL. It's all a mindset, and I guarantee you, it started in the offseason. Third down's important to them. They find a way to pick them up at a very good clip.
And he'll be brought down, losing yardage back at the 40. The speed of Jordan Hicks on display there as he gets the tackle for loss. 2 minutes to play, first half. It's 14-0.
To throw is Fields.
Bulldozes past him. And he'll take this to the other side of midfield before going out of bounds.
A yard all they need, but it's 3rd down. Fields. He's got his running back out of the backfield.
And he'll go down inside the 45 before going out of bounds. A gain of 4 that time as the drive continues.
Here's Fields.
This is Akins hauling in the short pass. They find some open field here. And he is out of bounds, but not before he's inside the 30. 17 yards on the pickup there, and the drive will continue.
And it's a real luxury when you have a guy who can turn a short throw into a solid gain at any moment. Once he caught that ball, he ID'd where the open grass was and got there in a hurry to pick up a new set of downs for his offense.
Here's Fields.
He's going to take a shot for the end zone. Toward the back corner of the end zone, but he could not get the feet down. This will wind up incomplete. So now 2nd and 10 after the incompletion on first down.
Now it's Fields.
It's caught here by Adams. And down inside the 15, shy of the 10. 17 yards is the pickup there for number 17.
And a nice job by the two of them to not only connect on the pitch and the catch, but to carry over their practice work to the game field. They saw the adjustment by the defense, made an adjustment themselves, and picked up the first down.
Firing quickly here, and that's complete. And he takes this down to about the 2 before going out of bounds.
2nd and 1 from the 2.
From the shotgun to McCaffrey. And he will take this one in for a touchdown.
Christian McCaffrey taking it in from 2 yards out. And the Redwoods are on the board here in the final minute of the first half.
Boy, we talk a lot about Christian McCaffrey and what he can do in the open field, and it's easy to gloss over how tough he can be to stop near the goal line. And he shows you just how tough he is on that carry as he takes it into the end zone.
The extra point by McLaughlin is up and good, and that'll make our score 14-7.
Redwood 7.
Following the touchdown, here's McLaughlin to kick off. And he'll be stopped up at the 25. This offense back to work now late in this first half. And with a 14-7 lead, they might just be happy to take this thing on into the tunnel. Out of the gun, Herbert. Open man is Kirk, complete. Now the offense going to use the first of their timeouts as they stop it here with just under 40 ticks to go in this first half. Here's Herbert. Over the middle and complete to Waddle. And they're able to get this one across the 35. Now another timeout called for by the offense as they'll stop it with a little over 30 seconds to go in the first half of play. Line of scrimmage, the 37 on 1st and 10. Now Herbert with it, looking to pass. This is caught. It's Kirk. And he has a big gain inside the 40 before being dropped. Call that a very strong gain of 24. The final shot before the break for Herbert. Open man downfield is Waddle. He's got it. And they'll have it in the red zone before he crosses over out of bounds. So we have reached halftime with a touchdown. That's the difference on the scoreboard. As we'll send you eastward to Orlando. Standing by with that EA Sports halftime report now is Jonathan Coachman. Take it away, Coach.
Okay, Brandon, thanks very much. A lot to get to here as some of the division races starting to take shape as we look around the NFL here in week number 7. We'll get started out in the Sooner State of Oklahoma, where you see the final score there. George Pickens, a touchdown catch in the victory. From there, we say, so long, America. Hello, England, as we head over the Atlantic to check out the action in London. And as you see, they were losers earlier this afternoon. Jalen Tolbert, a touchdown catch in the victory. And then lastly, on Monday Night Football, those fans will be riled up as it'll be a good matchup between their guys and what equates to be a very tough opponent. It was a former Longhorn, Bijan Robinson, who was tough to stop in that first half. He had a touchdown run that helped get his guys this halftime lead. We were certainly treated to an entertaining first half. Both these teams with some high points and maybe a couple of low points as well. So it's going to be a question of who can be the most disciplined team going forward.
And they will wrangle it down a couple yards shy of the 30. The Redwoods offense and Christian McCaffrey ready to go once more. And he's run well here the first half of the season, no doubt. You can see the graphic. NFL leader in rushing coming into the weekend. The offense now at the line, ready for their next drive. And they do trail, but they have a chance to possess the football first to try and do something about it.
And that certainly makes it something of an important drive for them, because is it going to win the game? No, but you have to do something to bring some life to your sideline.
Shotgun handoff now to McCaffrey. And only able to get 2 here, stopped at the 30.
Well, that's a good start to this drive on the defensive side of the ball.
Forcing completion on first down. Then you're able to shut down the running play on second.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised now. A little bit of pressure going into the quarterback in an expected passing situation.
And they get him down, but not before he takes it across the 40-yard line. Nothing open downfield. He keeps it himself for 11 and a first down.
Has not been a big game for him throwing the football. I think he feels like, let's try something different. Let's use the legs here and see if we can make some plays.
And no passing touchdowns, yardage not where he would like it. Try something new, it worked there. It'll be a gain of 5, and that will bring up second down. They'll give it up to McCaffrey. He'll be taken down at the 48 for a pickup of 2 yards.
I have to think a major focus of the halftime meetings had to be figuring out how to create space for the running game to get operating.
Well, what you pointed out to me at half seems accurate. That line has struggled to sustain blocks.
Yeah, I would agree with that totally. They've got to focus on staying on their double teams at the first level, make sure that block's secured before they slide off and try and chip someone at the second level.
And that's well executed there on third down, and I love the confidence that they had to let their tight end try and find some space in the middle of the field, right in their quarterback's line of vision. And QBs love to make that easy throw, and they hooked up there for a first down.
And the catch is made here by Tyler Lockett. This will be stopped about 2 yards shy of the marker. 8-yard gain, 2nd and 2.
The ball under 32, it's 2nd and 2.
Back to the ground attack here. It's McCaffrey. And he is met at the line of scrimmage, and he goes down right there. He got maybe a half yard at most, but officially they'll be left with a 3rd and 2. 3rd down. Here's McCaffrey. He needed 3. He got 2. Now that'll set up an interesting situation here on 4th and a yard.
I'd say they've got to find a way to get him going. He's such a big part of their offense. I wonder if they might throw it a little and come back to the run.
Anything, because you're right. He's pretty much been completely neutralized. From here, this would have been a 48-yarder, but no, they're going to go for it. They'll run for it. McCaffrey. And they are going to stop him on 4th and 1 as they'll wind up going backwards. Christian McCaffrey unable to get to the marker. And this 10-play drive winds up yielding nothing. And defensively, they were ready for that. A full-on blitz on 4th down, and they stop him short of the marker.
Oh, and someone's got to feel really good about that, and that's the defensive coordinator. He dialed up a great run blitz defense, and they hit it just right. Stack that thing up. They're going to feel awesome going to the bench after that big play.
So they'll come up 1st and 10 now from the 33. They start on the ground with Robinson here. And he'll go out near midfield at the 49. 16 yards right off the bat and a 1st down.
Well, they've certainly been successful throwing it around in this game, and that's allowed them to move the ball on offense. But I've got to tell you, to watch them run the football and successfully, I'm not taking sides, but to see the ball in the running back's hands, oh, that's football for me.
And he'll get this down to the 48-yard line.
They went right back to him, but he pretty much had nowhere to go on that play.
Now, the previous carry looked pretty good. That one, maybe he was a little tired. I don't know.
Yeah, maybe he should have tapped out and had a second back come in and maybe make that run. Who knows?
Short pass caught by Henry. A gain of 3 last play. This time they double it and pick up 6. This is 3rd and 1. Very likely 4-down territory, even if they don't get it, though.
Robinson will try to pick it up.
And he's got the first before he's brought down at the 39-yard line.
I liked his focus there because he wasn't thinking about breaking that one big. All he thought about was, I need 1. Let's go get that. Ended up picking up 2.
And they're not going to get to the line to run another play. So we will switch ends as the 3rd quarter has come to a close. We'll return with more after this. This is the NFL, and it's on EA Sports. We are back now in Sacramento. As we've got the final quarter upon us, we get ready to start the 4th.
Back to Robinson now on 1st down.
And just no chance of turning the corner. He can only get back to the line of scrimmage. 2nd and 10 coming up.
No gain on the play. Brings up 2nd and 10 at the 39-yard line.
Back to throw here, Herbert.
Out route, and this is Henry with a catch.
They get 7 out of that, so they're left with a 3rd and 3.
Brings up 3rd and 3.
And they'll send the tight end in motion. Here's Herbert. Dancing to his left. And he's able to pick up the first before he's taken down at the 27. They get 6 on the pickup there as the drive will continue.
First and 10 at the 27-yard line.
On first and 10, it's Robinson.
Down he goes at the 23, a pickup of 4.
All right, that's a decent game there, but it hasn't been his best game overall. So I wonder what the mindset is of his team. Do they want him to handle the football and try and close this game out? Or are they going to make an alternative plan and maybe go in a different direction?
I think they need him, and this is his time to shine. Now they're going to be dealing with a 3rd and 7. Is that one officially a loss of 1? Again, it's Robinson. And that's not nearly going to be enough. Stopped at the 22, and he needed plenty more. Give him a couple on the run as it brings up a 4th down. Seems pretty obvious defensively a key was stopping the run game. How have they done it so successfully?
To me, it seems that these guys really did a nice job of paying attention during the scouting report meeting. And you know, Brandon, when they do those, they talk about the top plays that these guys like to run. The best runs for the top running back. Those are the ones you focus on and want to take away, and they've done that pretty successfully in this game.
So he's been automatic to this point of the season, and he connects on the field goal there.
And what a luxury it is to have a kicker you can depend upon, partner, because he hasn't missed all year long. Converts on that one as well, and kudos to you. You didn't jinx him.
And it's a pretty good return here as he'll get this up to the 29. And now this offense comes back out onto the field. And the complexion of this one has changed a fair amount. That last field goal made it a 2-score game, so they need to get points out of this drive relatively quickly. Now Fields. And this is intercepted, and that should do it. Picked off by Quandre Diggs. And it's a tremendous return as they finally get him at about the 10-yard line. But here in the 4th quarter, defensively, you know that you're just going to blanket the field with defensive backs and saying, okay, take your best shot. And that time, it's intercepted.
And we've often seen teams go into the prevent early, way too early, and sometimes they get too soft in their coverages, but not in this case. They understood the situation and played it with the proper aggression.
Here's Sacramento's offense once more. They have to like the position that they are in. 4th quarter, 2-score lead, and now the ball back after the INT. Hand off to Robinson out of the shotgun.
And this will leave him a yard short. Nice pickup of 9 yards on 1st down. 2 minutes left to play in this football game here on EA Sports. So it's our home team here in possession of the football as we come back. And no doubt what they're looking to do is just salt away the final couple of minutes and escape with a win.
He's going to get it again. Just looking to get forward and protect the ball.
And he is into the end zone for a touchdown.
Bijan Robinson
with his 2nd touchdown of the afternoon.
And the Nighthawks look like they're going to get back in the win column as they extend their lead here in this 4th quarter.
Here's Gay now to add the extra point. And that'll make this a 3-score game as the lead moves to 17. Well, that drive started with not a whole lot of real estate in front of them. In plus territory, excellent field position. 2 plays later, pay dirt. After the touchdown, it's Gay to kick this one away.
And they'll get him down inside the 30 at the 27. The visitors' offense and quarterback Justin Fields heading back out there. And it's been a struggle for him all afternoon. This defense has really done a nice job of making him earn everything he gets, and it's prevented him from getting into any kind of rhythm here today. The offense back out there at the line, ready for their next drive. Well, probably not much that they can do at this point, CD. Down 3 scores late in the 4th quarter. This is going to be a little too much to overcome, you would think.
Yeah, they'll go down swinging, but in the end, I think we saw the writing on the wall a while back because one team was clearly better than the other in this one. And while it didn't quite reach blowout status, I think we knew who was going to win this one well before we got to this stage.
Out of the gun, Fields.
It's complete to Lockett. Give him a gain of 5 on the completion, and that'll make it second down.
Fields throwing again. And that falls to the ground, incomplete. A nice job of bodying him up defensively, and now it brings up third down.
Again, he'll drop to throw.
He's got his target. That's complete.
Now another timeout called for by the offense as they get the stoppage with just over a minute to go in the game.
Completes it again to Dobbs.
And he takes this just a few yards shy of the red zone before going out.
A gain of 14. First down, Redwood.
They'll look to throw again.
Oh, Fields is intercepted for a third time.
Picked up by the linebacker, Jordan Hicks. And he will take this one home. It's a touchdown.
This has just really been a solid second half from them, CD, as they add another touchdown to the lead and they start to pull away in what was once a close ball game.
Yeah, they actually put the Jets on in this one, didn't they? Put a little cherry on top with that touchdown. Now we just got to play out this final minute, and they'll get a chance to celebrate a very hard-earned victory.
Gay is on for the point after. And the lead is now 24. A heck of a play there defensively, getting the interception, navigating his way into the end zone for the touchdown. So they throw the pick six. They'll get another shot at it now as this one's in the air. The lane opens here. He's past the 30.
And all in all, a pretty solid return. Nearly got it to the 35. They'll mark him down officially at the 34. Now this offense back out and set to go for their next drive. And this group has suffered far too many self-inflicted wounds thus far as we run through some of the mistakes. It's darn near impossible to win in this league when you're turning the ball over at the frequency that they have.
The offense now at the line, ready for their next drive.
Pick six last drive. Here's Fields again.
And they bring him to the ground just shy of midfield. Now the offense will burn their third and final timeout, as it'll come with 36 seconds to go in half number 2.
From the gun, here's Fields. Oh, this one incomplete. The pressure got to him as he released it. And it's second down. Back to throw. Fields. There's a short throw. It's caught by Kmet.
That'll leave them with a 3rd and 2 coming up. They got 8 yards there. That's a staple of this offense. Drag route to the tight end.
Yeah, he was unable to use his size to break off much more yardage after the catch, but still an effective gain nonetheless.
Pass taken in by his big tight end.
And he is out of bounds, but not before he's inside the 30.
And one last throw here for Fields.
He's going to go up top for the end zone. And that will be incomplete. They were going for a consolation TD, but it was not to be. And time has run out now on this game. So plenty of smiles for the folks here as they head for the exits. It's a victory for their hometown guys. And it was their defense that really made the statement after the break. They pitched the second half shutout.
Yeah, think about the team that just got vanquished. They did score in the second quarter. Do you think they thought at all that that would be their last points of the game?
No, but what a second half. The adjustment, whatever they did in the locker room, it certainly worked.
It certainly did, and you're exactly right. Whether it was an adjustment, whether it was just more focus on what they planned to do going in, whether they just played better, whatever it was, it all came together in the second half, and no points were allowed. That's a great way to close them out.
So for Sacramento, their good start continues as they get their record up to 4-2. And they'll get to stay home again next week.
Meanwhile, for our visitors, they fall to defeat for the second time this season. And they'll get a chance to redeem themselves at home next week.
It's week 7 of the National Football League, and we'll get a look here at Caleb Williams. He's going to have to air it out plenty this week. It's the Monarchs and the Elks on EA Sports.
Welcome in, everyone, to this presentation of the National Football League on EA Sports. Good to be with you. Mike Tirico, Greg Olson here in the booth. Greg, we got a couple of teams who love to throw the football, and you know how guys say, hey, we're not going against the other offense. We're going against the other team's defense. Greg, these star wide receivers, you know they're watching what the other guy does on the field here today.
Oh, in their minds, there's no question. They are competing against one another, and I think that's what makes this league so fun is when these guys, they know each other, they study each other, they work together in the off seasons. A lot of times they're friends, but come game day, there is...
All right, just about set for football. The crowd is definitely ready. So are we. Off we go on EA Sports. And he'll be brought down right around the 25-yard line. This crowd ready in anticipation. Their offense taking the field for the first time. They're led out by the quarterback from USC, Caleb Williams.
They find themselves coming off a win last week that came right down to the end, and the best teams in the NFL, Mike, they can win close games, and they can win different style games. You're not going to blow people out consistently in the NFL. The league is just too good and has too much parity. But the teams that are the best in one-score games, they're often the ones finding themselves in the best position come playoff time.
They'll run it for the first time with Chase Brown. Third down, 3 to go. We'll try to run it here with Jacobs. And he's going to be brought down behind the line. This defense fired up to start the game. It'll bring up fourth down.
Anytime the running back is forced to chop his feet in the background and never get to top speed, you know that play's not going anywhere. And that's exactly what the defense was able to force here by getting penetration. Great job there, stopping this play before he had a chance to even get started.
And that's a nice job of getting to him, making sure that return was not going anywhere. So the visitors ready to go on offense here for the first time. They'll be led out by the former #1 overall pick back in the 2015 draft, former Heisman winner as well, Jameis Winston.
We're talking about a true gunslinger in Jameis Winston, Mike, and every time Winston lets it loose, you're not always sure which team is going to end up with it, but I'll tell you, I love watching him. He's exciting. He's got great energy. His teammates love him. If he can just eliminate a little of the bad, there is so much good football when Jameis Winston's playing quarterback.
A second down throw for Jameis. He gets this one to Moore. And he's going to be dropped after a pickup of about 5. Here now, 3rd and 5. From the gun, Winston. And that is incomplete.
Remember what they told us, Mike, leading up to this game? They said it is so critical for us to find success, especially on 3rd down. We want to maintain possession, extend these drives. Well, the first crack comes up and they fail through the air, and we're going to have to regroup and be able to have better success throughout the remainder of this game.
The Monarchs offense ready to see the football for the second time. They'll search for the first points of this game as they begin the drive on 1st and 10. They'll send a tight end in motion. On the ground, it's Jacobs to start the drive. And he'll push his way ahead for a gain of 2. Veteran Trey Hendrickson there on the stop. They'll come up on a 2nd down and 8. From the shotgun, it's Williams. That'll be caught. It's Josh Jacobs. And he'll be brought down just shy of midfield.
Every staff in the league that understands that we have to play a rookie quarterback, regardless of their talent, regardless of how high they were drafted. The ideal situation is to fill that huddle with as many veteran players as possible. The quarterback's going to be young. He's going to make some mistakes. The more veteran, talented guys around him, the easier it is to weather those mistakes.
He'll work his way ahead for a gain of about 4. Here's a 2nd and 6. They'll put one of the tight ends in motion. They'll go play action here. That is intercepted. Picked off by Dre Greenlaw. And he's going to be taken down just shy of the goal line. Nearly a pick 6, but he does set up the offense with 1st and goal.
It's not often, Mike, that everything breaks right for this type of return off of an interception. But boy, is it beautiful when it does. I mean, look at the defenders just flip around and become blockers, trying to spring their guy to the house. Great athleticism, some great moves on his part. I mean, he's going to have some of his offensive teammates looking over their shoulder for their position.
So now, after the interception, a sudden change situation. 1st and goal. And in motion is Brown. Work in the middle of the field, but that is incomplete.
They let a golden opportunity slip away on that one. That's the matchup that they wanted. They just couldn't quite capitalize on it.
That one, taken in. Rondale Moore. Touchdown, Elks. It's his second touchdown of the year.
But you think back to their first possession of this game, Mike, it resulted in a punt. Not exactly the fast start the coaches told us was so important as this game unfolds. They get the ball back for possession 2. Now they try to find some rhythm, find their identity of the game plan, and they come away with 6. So that's how you bounce back in this league. It's not always going to be perfect. Really nice job settling into this game here with their second possession.
"7-0 is our score as this kick is sent into the air. On the return, it's Devin Duvernay. And he'll be out of bounds on the return, and the drive will begin there. The Monarchs offense make their way out to take over once more. They trail here by a touchdown as this drive will start with a first down. Working out of the gun, here's Williams. That complete to Jacobs. And that keeps him ahead of schedule. That's a first down completion of 7 yards. Second down and 3. Operating from the shotgun, it's Williams. Yeah! And he's down inside the 40-yard line.
They've done a nice job spreading the ball around. Make the defense have to account for as many different weapons as possible here early. Think back to our conversation with this coaching staff, Mike. They identified this guy as someone they needed to get involved early and often, so that might be his first target. I don't think it's going to be his last.
Ball rests at the 37. It's 1st and 10. Williams. That's to the left side and taken in by Downs. They'll come up here on 2nd down and 5.
At the 32-yard line.
They'll try to throw again. Here's Williams. He runs with it. One quarter in the books. 7-0 is our score. And EA Sports NFL Sunday returns after this. They'll come up here, 1st and 10. A tight end in motion now. A play fake. Now Williams. This is caught at the 2. And he's very close to a touchdown. They mark him just shy of the goal line.
I love the way the ball's been moving around to different guys this drive. I mean, it really keeps the defense guessing and off balance. And now, this defense is going to have to figure out how to keep this offense out of the end zone because it's 1st and goal.
They'll try to run this one in. And he's not going to get in. In fact, he'll lose yardage. They push him backwards.
You can see the running back. He's waiting patiently for that cutback lane to open, and it just never did. Great job by the defense continuing to string that play out sideways, and they're able to take him down for a loss.
They'll run with Jacobs. And he won't quite get in. Down to the 1, setting up 3rd and goal.
A gain of 1 yard on the play. It's now 3rd and goal.
Here's Williams now to throw. It is brought in the end zone. Devin Duvernay. Touchdown Monarchs.
Where you make your mark in the NFL playing quarterback, Mike, is anyone can operate from a clean pocket. But how good are you when that thing gets a little muddy? And this is an NFL-type throw. You're down here. You're looking for a touchdown tight in the red zone. You're in the face of pressure. You've got to hold it for just an extra second to let that route come open. Not everybody can do that. In this case, he hangs in there, delivers it on the money, and comes away with a big touchdown.
So back to level after the touchdown. And time for the kickoff. This is going to be taken in at the 3. And he's brought down right at the 25-yard line. The Elks offense and the wideout getting set to go once more. We'll try to break out of this deadlock. We are all even at 7 as they start this drive, 1st and 10. Here's Cam Akers for the first time. They face 2nd down and 7. Here's Akers. And he's going to get the first down up past the 35-yard line.
2nd down at these distances, Mike, you pretty much anticipate a pass, and I think that's what the defense was lined up thinking. In this case, they leave a little too much room on the ground, and the offense is able to pick up a first down.
Toward the middle, that's caught by Moore. And they get this one across midfield to the 47-yard line.
This is clinic tape for any young wide receiver out there watching this guy run routes. He has the defender thinking everything is a go ball. Attack him vertically, and then when you get to your route depth, you stick that foot in the ground, you break in, balls on time, results in a nice first down pickup.
Running room hard to come by as he'll get ahead for a yard. Big Ed Oliver there on the tackle. Here's a 2nd and 9. Out of the gun, it's Winston. He'll get this complete. That's the tight end, Noah Gray. 2 minutes to play. First half, all tied at 7. Greg and I will be right back after this. They'll look to pick this up 3rd and a yard. And in motion is Brown. From the gun on 3rd down, it's Winston. And he's going to have the first down. It is a gain of 6. Good conversion on 3rd down.
One of the easiest ways to negate these really good pass rushes in the NFL, Mike, is just to simply get the ball out of the quarterback's hand as fast as possible. And sometimes it's by design, sometimes it's based on need. But really nice job there by the quarterback, getting into the hands of his receiver, and then see what he can do after the catch.
And they're going to be set up in the red zone. They've got it inside the 15.
This is like a textbook, methodical, efficient NFL drive. 4 for 4 throwing the ball, mixing in some run. You're just marching the ball downfield at your will, and they get a fresh set of downs now to see if they can convert this nice drive into some points.
Gray is the motion man here. Gets it away quickly, and it's caught. And it'll be taken down rather swiftly after a gain of just 3. On 2nd down, Winston. And they'll work this close to a first down, maybe just a tad short. They'll try and throw for it on 3rd and 1. And that is caught in the end zone. He's in. Noah Brown. Touchdown, Elks. Tight spaces down there. Things happen quick. Greg, a quick decision and great execution for the score.
You're exactly right, Mike. Down here this close to the goal line, everybody's clock has to speed up. Not only the quarterback processing to get the ball out of his hand, but you have to win as a receiver quickly and give the quarterback somewhere to go with the ball. It was that quickness at the line of scrimmage that led to that touchdown.
Still a little time. Final minute of this first half. We'll see if they can do anything with this kickoff that is coming their way. And he'll work this one past the 25 to right about the 28-yard line. The Monarchs offense going to take over here in the last minute of this first half. They trail now 14-7 as they'll come up for 1st and 10. Man in motion, it's Diggs. Here's Williams on 1st and 10. And he can't hang on through the contact. It's incomplete. What a good job defensively to meet him just as the ball was arriving. And it'll be 2nd down. To throw is Williams. Pass to the outside. He's got Diggs.
These are the play calls, Mike, that offensive coordinators use to just get their quarterback and their passing game into some sort of rhythm. Easy pitch and catch, get the ball out of his hand, see a completion. These typically, as the game goes on, lead to bigger and bigger gains.
Now this offense going to use the first of their timeouts, as the clock will stop with 20 seconds to go in the first half. And he can't hang on through the contact. It's incomplete. What a good job defensively to meet him just as the ball was arriving. And it'll be 2nd down. They'll send a tight end in motion. A play fake, and they'll throw with Williams. Under pressure, and down he goes. They got him. So, backed up after the sack, and now it's 3rd and long. On the ground, it's Jacobs. And now we'll get a late timeout coming in the waning moments of this 2nd quarter. Here's Matt Ariza now. He's on for the 2nd time and wouldn't mind a carbon copy of that first kick. But he cannot get away. Great job down there to hold him to a short return. And they'll elect not to run another play. Instead, just take a knee and take this on into the locker room. So we have reached halftime with these two teams separated by a touchdown. As we're off to Orlando, going to check in with Jonathan Coachman, who's got our EA Sports halftime report.
Okay, Mike, thanks very much. More from you and Greg in a moment. But first, time for a look around the NFL to see what's going on here and what's already been an eventful afternoon of football. We'll get started out in the Sooner state of Oklahoma, where it was definitely a game with some intrigue, as you can see by the scoreline. George Pickens, a touchdown catch in the victory. From there we say, so long, America. Hello, England, as we head over the Atlantic to check out the action in London. And as you see, they were losers earlier this afternoon. Jalen Tolbert, a touchdown catch in the victory. And then lastly, on Monday Night Football, those fans will be riled up as it'll be a good matchup between their guys and what equates to be a very tough opponent. These two teams making their way back out of their locker room, so that means we're just about set for the second half. And to bring it your way, we go back out to Mike and Greg.
Both teams ready to get back at it as we get back underway here on EA Sports. Ty Chandler now to bring it back. And it'll be brought down past the 25. Decent field position to start this drive. The Elks offense going to have a first crack at it as we begin this third quarter. They lead by a touchdown as this drive begins with 1st and 10. To throw is Winston. He connects with Gray on that one. And they'll bring him down, but not until he gets to the 38-yard line. It's a 3 tight end look as they have it 1st and 10. Winston to throw. And that's going to wind up incomplete.
A rare miss for a quarterback that we've seen really come out on fire throughout this entire contest. I mean, his completion percentage, Mike, is well above league average, and frankly, it's really the biggest reason why they find them
in trouble, and he's going to be taken down. Myles Garrett, the All-Pro, there to bring him down.
Outside of a turnover, this was probably the worst-case scenario. Immediate pressure in his face with nowhere to go with the ball downfield. Just get the ball out of your hand. Live to play another down. Instead, he retreats backwards and leads to a massive loss.
Work to do following the sack. It is 3rd and long. Throwing, Jameis. That's out to Brown, right side, complete. And he'll get a good chunk of that yardage back, but he's still well short of the first down. The Elks getting set to punt as he'll punt it away for the second time. That is fielded at the 20. And he'll get forward a few yards on the return. And that's where the offense will take over. The Monarchs offense trotting back out for their first involvement of this second half. They'll begin with 1st and 10. To throw, it's Williams. The pressure gets there, and down he goes back inside the 20-yard line.
What really stood out to me, Mike, was the body language of the middle linebacker prior to the ball being snapped. So often we see the guy who's blitzing, they get a little antsy and they tip their hand. But that wasn't the case here. He times it perfectly, nobody accounts for him, and he comes away with the sack.
Work to do now as they come up on 2nd and long. The tight end Hawkinson starts the motion. He'll let this go deep for Diggs.
Rough sequence over these last couple plays. 1st down sack, 2nd down big play attempt, falls incomplete. And now to make matters worse, you got to operate in 3rd and long on a defense that knows they can just pin their ears back and try to get after the quarterback.
And they were hoping for a little more on that one. Brought down well short of the first. So it'll bring up 4th down. The Monarchs getting their special teams on the field. Now fair catch called, and he's going to take it out beyond the 25-yard line. The Elks offense headed back to take over once more. They'll start it here with a 1st and 10. On the ground, it's Akers. And he's going to be brought down up past the 45.
Well, after not having much success in the first half, they're able to get something going on the ground here to start the 3rd quarter. I'd love to see the play caller mix in some play action, mix in some pass game. That should open up some of these holes for better situations to run the ball.
They'll break the huddle. Coming up now for 1st and 10. Running is Akers. And he'll take this up to the 48-yard line. Kyler Gordon there to make the tackle. 2nd down and 8. 2nd down throw for Jameis. And good work there defensively. It's knocked away and incomplete. We're going to try to pick this up on 3rd and 8. From the gun, Winston. That one complete to Brown. And he's going to be taken down short of the marker. And that is going to set up an interesting 4th down decision. Time for a punt for the Elks. And this is going to work out for them. Out of bounds, and they'll mark it inside the 10. The home team's offense ready for this next possession. They'll have a long field ahead of them as they start 1st and 10. They'll start on the ground with Jacobs. And a nice run there on 1st down, getting 8. Setting up 2nd and 2.
He was brought down by John Johnson. It's a gain of 8. Brings up 2nd and 2 at the 17-yard line.
From the shotgun, it's Williams. Throwing left side there, but it is incomplete.
For the most part, he's been very accurate with the ball. I mean, he's completing over 60% of his passes, but because they haven't been able to get any big explosive plays, continue to push the ball downfield, hasn't really translated on the scoreboard just yet.
Now after the run, we get a stoppage for an injured player. The training staff going to look and will step out for a moment. And nothing on that one. Back to the line of scrimmage, and that is it. They'll try again here. 2nd and 10.
Gain on the play. 2nd and 10 at the 22-yard line.
From the shotgun, here's Pickett. He'll be hit as he throws this time, and it's going to fall incomplete. And he might be fortunate just to avoid the sack, and it'll set up a 3rd down.
Brings up a 3rd down and 10 yards to go.
Pistol snap back to Pickett. That's a short one caught by Sinnott.
Defense does a nice job here initially using zone coverage to take away the middle of the field. That's the most valuable real estate in football. Quarterback gets off his first read, sees some openings to the sideline, and him and his receiver are able to connect.
The Monarchs special teams unit onto the field. They'll be forced to punt, trailing here in the 4th quarter. Oh, the coverage was great. They gave him no room to operate and made him pay for catching the ball. The Elks offense ready to get back at it. They'll try to establish some tempo as they start this one with 1st and 10. The ball deflected at least a couple of times, but it'll fall to the ground. It's incomplete. They'll try again. It's 2nd and 10. Back to the air. It's Winston. This one complete to Amon-Ra St. Brown. And they bring him down, but not until he gets the 45-yard line.
A lot could go wrong anytime you decide to put the ball in the air here late in the 4th quarter as you're trying to run out the clock and protect this lead. But at the same time, I like that they haven't gone super conservative, just handoff right, handoff left, and it just turns into tackling practice. So I like the balance of making the defense defend everything, because right now, possess the ball, protect the ball, and ultimately just run the clock out.
Set to go now on 1st and 10. Winston looking to throw. That's going to be caught by Gregg. He'll be taken down rather swiftly after a gain of just 3. 2nd and 7. Winston. That one complete to Moore. And they'll work this close to a 1st down, maybe just a tad short. This crowd into it now as we get to 3rd down. They'll run here with Akers. And he's not going to get the 1st down. Met and brought down in the backfield on 3rd and short. They do not get it done.
Well, this seems pretty straightforward. 3rd and 1, just dial up a run play and run straight downhill. But this defense had other plans. They were ready and expecting that run, and they were able to take the ball carrier down for a loss.
This one has plenty of leg, and it is good. And that could be big. They now take a 2-score advantage.
And this is what you want. I mean, you clearly have the advantage, but you want to continue to apply pressure. Can you score every time you get the ball? They're able to do that here. They tack on 3 and extend their lead.
And he's brought down right at the 35-yard line. The home team's offense getting those helmets back on, ready to head out for their next possession. The deficit is at 10, so an important drive forthcoming, getting started with 1st and 10. Working out of the gun, here's Williams. Looking middle, and he's got downs. Throwing on 1st down, it's Williams. Fine work defensively. That's going to be knocked away and go down as an incompletion.
It leads to 2nd and 10.
Throwing on 2nd down. Williams. That complete to Jacobs. 3rd and 6.
3rd and 6.
Throwing again. Williams. Quickly out to Downs on the receiver screen. And great determination as he gets forward and picks up the 1st down.
It's a gain of 8.
We'll try to throw again. Here's Williams. Completing this one to Downs. 2nd and 6 coming up. Williams to the air once more. He'll get this one to his safety valve. Complete. And he's going to be out of bounds, but they're going to mark him inside the 10-yard line. Here we go. 1st and goal. They'll drop to throw. This one caught at the 4. And he's going to be taken down, and that will take us to the 2-minute warning. Ball at the 3, 2nd down, and goal. To throw it again, it's Williams. Under pressure, and now he's going to go down back at the 8-yard line. He'll try and throw. Here's Williams. That's going to be caught. And this defense going to get to him at the 3-yard line, bringing up 4th down. That's in the end zone and intercepted. Picked off by Dre Greenlaw.
So much of that play comes down to the defender's positioning. Being able to get himself to a spot, to get his hands on the ball, and a chance at that pick. Mike, when that ball was thrown, me and you are sitting here saying, that's a touchdown. And instead, they force a turnover, and now their offense is back on the field.
The visitors' offense ready to see what they can do. And it would appear that the open week a week ago came just at the right time. They've dominated the proceedings here in the 4th quarter. Akers. Not much happening there, just a short game. Now this defense will use the 1st of their timeouts. They get the stoppage with just under 50 seconds remaining here in the 4th. And he will get forward for about 5 yards. That sets up 3rd down. Now, following the run, one of the offensive linemen leading the way is a bit shaken up. This one all but over. Here's 3rd down. He'll try to get this one on the ground. And he's going to have a 1st down. He'll work his way up past the 50. Only one timeout remaining for the defense as they take a knee. Lost one on the last play, so now it's 2nd and 11. Now they'll run. It's a counter. And that one shut down pretty quickly. He'll get back to the line of scrimmage. Nothing more. One final chance for this defense. And here's 3rd down. And in motion is Brown. So it's a win for our visitors. And it was their defense that led the way as they pitched a shutout in the 2nd half. No points allowed. And they cruised to victory. And that'll do it for my partner, Greg Olson. For our entire team, I'm Mike Tirico. This has been a presentation of the NFL on EA Sports. With that, we say so long, everyone.
It's the NFL on EA Sports. And we'll get a look here at Josh Allen. He's going to have to air it out plenty this week. It's the Orbits and the Snowhawks on Monday Night Prime Time.
Now for the so-called City Beautiful and home to the Madden studios. This is EA Sports coverage of the National Football League from Orlando, Florida.
Hello again, everyone. With Charles Davis, I'm Brandon Gaudin. And, Charles, you look at this Orlando team as they enter play. They come in playing pretty good football, winners of 4 of their last 6 games. Meanwhile, for our visitors from north of the border, they've come in on a nice run of recent form, 4 wins out of 5.
And the way they played last week defensively, you look at the tape, it looks like they had extra guys on the field, and they thoroughly shut down that offense.
Getting toward the halfway point of the NFL season, Week 7 is underway on EA Sports.
And he'll go down as this drive will start at the 25-yard line.
So out comes this offense to take over for the first time. They'll be led out by the 7th overall pick in 2018 from Wyoming. It's Josh Allen.
I like this guy, and the reason I do, he tends to stay on an even keel. Doesn't let too much ruffle him. He will manage the game the way it needs to be managed, take what the defense gives him, and then he can strike at times. Had a touchdown pass. Yes, he had an interception last week, but he found a way for his team to win.
And they're going to stop him right at the line of scrimmage. Just no cutback lane to be found whatsoever. 2nd and 10.
Brings up 2nd and 10 at the 25-yard line.
So the shotgun snap to Allen. Hauled in left side here by Jennings. And he will lose yardage here back at the 23-yard line. 2 yards the loss, and now 3rd and 12. They'll send a receiver in motion left. Here's Allen to throw it. Work in the middle of the field, and he's got a man complete. And he'll be taken down, but not before they work it across midfield. A first down and then some. Give them 29 yards.
Well, I think when they look at their offense, they think to themselves, weapons, weapons everywhere, and they want to move the ball around. They want to spread it to different people, but you absolutely know they want to get this man involved as well, and that's what they just did on that play.
So on the other side of the field now, it's 1st and 10 as they've got things rolling on this drive. To the air, Allen. Throw left side complete. That's Jennings. Just a gain of a couple there, and that'll bring up 2nd down. Well, this defense, Charles, really played well in that win a week ago.
And every defensive team that we talk to, they spend a lot of time talking about creating turnovers. And anytime you get 2 or more in a game, you've had a really good performance. They exceeded that number in a huge way. They got the football back 4 times in the win.
And he goes down, but not before getting this inside the 25. That's good for a first down, his 2nd catch of the opening drive.
And as you're game planning as a staff, you go through all the different ways you can neutralize the other guy's pass rushers. Extra linemen, leave a tight end in, bring the running backs back in to block. Or you can do this, a little simple screen pass, and it works to perfection.
And they are able to stop him, but he does take it all the way to the 2. That's now a pair of explosive plays in succession, both north of 20 yards. A terrific opening drive has them knocking on the door, 1st and goal. Allen to throw once more. And he's going to go down just outside of the 5, right around the 6-yard line. That's Drake Jackson burying him and finishing the play.
That I'm struggling to understand a little bit. That close to the goal line, 1st down. Run the football. If you want to throw it, throw some play action on 2nd down.
Throwing now is Allen. And it's caught. Touchdown. Cooper Kupp, his first touchdown on the year. And the Orbits put the Knights' first points on the board as they take the early lead. Looking sharp on that first drive. These guys, of course, coming off back-to-back victories, and you see that kind of advancing into this game, don't you?
You certainly do, and when you have a team that doesn't get too full of itself, even though they've won 2 games in a row, you get the end result that we saw there, that nice opening drive, because they're sharp, they're focused, and they're locked into everything that they're doing.
Extra point by Butker is on target, and that makes the score 7-0. So that drive goes 8 plays. And it ends with Cooper Kupp on the receiving end of the touchdown pass. Now after the touchdown, here's Butker on to kick it away. And a good return as he'll be stopped just shy of the 30-yard line. So out comes this offense to take over for the first time. Leading them out is their rookie quarterback, the young man from the University of Michigan.
It's a pretty bland game he had last time out. Ended up throwing 1 interception, didn't have a touchdown to offset it, but the team found a way to win. He found a way to lean on other parts of the offense that carried them through.
Thielen going to go in motion right. And they'll fake the jet sweep, and instead give up the middle to Williams. And he'll manage to pick up about 4. It's 2nd down. 2nd down and 6 now. They'll stay on the ground with Williams. And takes this one across the 35 to the 36, a gain of about 4. When you look at this defense, they come into top 10 unit against the pass, currently 8th in the NFL.
And I'm struggling a little bit trying to really categorize this crew. They're top 10 in the league against the pass, but the bottom half of the league,
in sacking the quarterback. That doesn't make sense. Imagine if this group ever put pressure on the QB, they'd easily move into the top 5.
15 yards there on the catch and run.
We often hear the phrase sure-handed tight ends, and he certainly fits into that category. Plus, he's got a quarterback who knows to look his way when they need a big pickup. And on this play, he finds him for the first down.
Now a first down carry. It's Williams. And great blocking downfield as he's got this almost to the 35-yard line.
Another nice gain, 13 yards that time, and another first down.
After one, 7-0 on EA Sports. Second quarter now, Toronto in possession of the football as they've got it with a 1st and 10. And the slot man goes in motion left. Here's McCarthy. He'll get this to the longtime Charger. It's Keenan Allen.
And he's going to get this down near the 20-yard line.
Keenan Allen, a gain of 13 yards. And the Toronto first down.
McCarthy, he'll set to throw it.
It's caught on the right side. Williams. And he'll go out of bounds in the red zone just inside the 20.
2nd and 6.
4 yards on the pickup. 2nd and 6.
Now McCarthy.
Over the middle, and it's caught. Keenan Allen. And brought down, but not before they get it inside the 10 to the 7. It's a good gain of 11, sets him up 1st and goal. They'll try and run. This is Williams. And they'll be driven back here, losing yardage to the 9. That's going to go as a loss of 1 on 1st down.
I have a feeling they'll stay committed to running the football, especially on the early downs. They just haven't had a whole lot of success just yet.
Now from the 9, here's 2nd and goal.
Williams will try again. And that one blown up quickly, as he's going to be stopped before he could even get started.
It'll be a loss of a full 3 yards there, and it also brings up 3rd down. McCarthy operating from the gun.
Nothing open downfield, so he'll throw it away.
Well, it's been a tough go for them. These guys have been driving down the field, but defensively, once they got their backs to the goal line, turned up the pressure, that's going to lead to a 4th down. Well played.
The kick by Carlson is good, and they are on the board, but still trailing. It's 7-3.
So both teams come away with points on their opening drives. Now they still trail. They answered the touchdown with a field goal, but at least able to break that goose egg here early.
And that is what's important, right? Because they didn't let that initial touchdown go unanswered. Took the ball themselves, moved it downfield, and put it through the post for 3 points. Game on.
The Orbits offense, led by their running back, headed out for the 2nd possession. And he has been a big component of the passing game so far. You see the numbers for this first half. This defense is going to need to find some way to key in on him because he is eating them up right now.
Throw left side, complete to Cup. And he'll be upended at the 28-yard line. Just a 3-yard gain there. Here's 2nd and 7 now from the 28.
Straight ahead, it's Irving.
And now a fumble. The ball's out.
But it looks like one of the DBs has it.
And his guys are going to get the football at the 28-yard line.
Make it 2 weeks in a row now. He's kind of been Johnny on the spot. A fumble recovered last week, and now 2 in a row.
Reminds me a little bit of an old teammate of mine. We used to call him the Vulture because he would swoop in and clean up after the play was made. But, boy, we said it with a lot of affection because he made a lot of game-changing plays by getting to the football that had been knocked loose.
What was your nickname, by the way?
Can you go get me some water, guy, please? The rest of us are playing.
And now before the ball changes hands, they're going to take a look at this just to make sure that they have it right. Now the question, was the knee in fact down before this ball comes loose? And is the video convincing enough to overturn it?
A lot of factors here. Remember, you also need clear possession of the football afterwards. This is a tough one to overturn.
So that one overturned. They say the knee was down, and that will not be ruled a fumble. Allen. Able to find the open man. That's complete. And they get him down, but not before he takes it across the 40-yard line. The result, a first down as a quick slant gets him 14. 2 minutes to play in this first half. 7-3, our score. Now Allen. And he takes a shot on the release as this will be incomplete. Now a timeout called for by the defense. So as they talk it over, we step aside. Allen going to throw. Shoves him aside. And able to break one tackle, but then quickly brought down. But a nice little gain. They get 6. That'll leave them with 3rd and 4. Now Allen again. Pass taken in by his big tight end. And he is tackled inside the 40, not quite to the 35. He's got his first catch here before halftime, and it goes for a first down.
Normally on 3rd down and short yardage, you're thinking to throw to your tight end. It's just going to be a simple chain mover. But this time they let him roam down the field, and a nice dart picks up the first down and then some.
Allen now looks to throw. That one complete to his receiver, Jennings. And he's got this down almost to the 20 before he's dropped. Back-to-back nice gains. That one for 14 yards and another first.
So many times in my career I've heard coaches talk about completions are one thing. But as long as we're there at the catch and we get guys on the ground, we can live with that. But if you're going to give up 10, 12, 15 yards after the catch, then your defense is going to be in a lot of trouble.
Again, they'll throw with Allen. Hurts over the middle. Now another timeout called for by the offense as the clock will stop with 45 seconds to go in the first half. Still a few inches short of a first down as they come up now on 2nd down. They'll bring a receiver in motion left. Here's Allen. Now he'll dump it underneath to his running back, complete. And stopped a few yards shy of the goal line at the 3.
That's good for A.
Now Allen. Out to the flat. That's complete to his running back. And with just 4 seconds left in this first half, a timeout call. So they'll get nothing out of that play, and it'll be 2nd and goal. So with 4 seconds to go in the half, here's the field goal unit onto the field. From the left hash, he'll have to cut this at a tight angle. Butker's kick here is good. So a long drive gets him down inside the 5, but ultimately they settle for just the field goal.
And I have to think that if maybe they were a yard closer, that would have made their decision tougher, and I think they likely would have gone for it. But in this situation, they just decided to take the 3, and I think it was a smart move.
The offense back out there at the line, ready for their next drive. And they'll have time for one play. There's 2 seconds on the clock. Lets it fly for Thielen. And that's caught inside the 30. So we have reached halftime with a touchdown. That's the difference on the scoreboard. As we'll send you crosstown to our studios here in Orlando and check in with the coach at our EA Sports Halftime Report.
Okay, Brandon, thanks very much. Welcome in, everyone, to our EA Sports Halftime Report. Let's get you caught up on what's going on around the NFL. We'll get started out in the Sooner state of Oklahoma, where you see the final score there. George Pickens, a touchdown catch in the victory. From there, we're off to check out another game. And you can see they are scoreless as they play the second quarter. Lastly, let's check on one final game for you. And you can see they are scoreless as they play the second quarter. We were treated to a solid first half of football by the great quarterback, Josh Allen. He has a touchdown pass, and that amounted to the only touchdown of the game for either team thus far.
And out a little across the 25 to the 27. The Snowhawks offense and running back Kyron Williams getting ready for their next possession. And he's had his fair share of troubles in this one, unfortunately. This defensive front has wreaked havoc throughout the contest, and he hasn't been able to create enough space to make something positive happen to this point. The offense now at the line, ready for their next drive. Well, out of the locker rooms here they come, their first drive of the third quarter. And Charles, they're trailing in this ball game, but we got a tight one set up to be a very entertaining second half.
And as we know, partner, in the NFL, there's trailing and there's trailing, right? Sometimes you're discouraged by how much you're down, but in this case, this is a tight ball game, so there's a sense of optimism here. I think they went into half and looked at their play sheet and said, these are the plays we really like. What do you say we use them to start the second half and get us going?
7 yards there and a first down. McCarthy off the play fake. In trouble, and he's taken down. Finally hauled down for the first time this game. Multiple defenders in there to drop it.
This rookie was already being tested as he tries to lead a comeback here in the second half. Now he's got to get some momentum back after that sack and a big loss.
Well, they're in some hot water now. After that sack, it's 2nd and 21. Throwing is McCarthy. And he'll find Thielen on the right side. And he will lose yardage and be backed up to the 24. They lose 2 on that last play, so things get even tougher. 3rd and long coming up. To the air with McCarthy. Now throw right side here, going to be incomplete.
And so many times we look at the opening drive of the third quarter as a tone setter, and many coaches do emphasize it, and that's a strong performance there defensively to force incompletion and, more importantly, force a quick punting situation.
Here's Jackson to return. It's a 39-yard punt, 8 on the return, and they will take over 1st and 10. Now we take a glance at the offense as they work their way back out for their first possession of the second half. Their defense has done the job. Now it's the offense's turn as they've got it 1st and 10. That's the rookie from Washington, Rome Odunze. And he'll be taken down, but not before he works it past the 50. On 1st and 10, here's Irving. And the result here, a pickup of 8. Leaves him with 2 to go on 2nd down.
Good yardage there on 1st down. Exactly what you want. Get yourself set up to keep making first downs, keep the clock running. And if they're smart, you're starting to milk the clock. No hurry before you run your 2nd down play.
And he'll go down here at the 35-yard line. They'll get 3 as the drive continues. It's a 1st down. To throw, it's Allen. Connecting with Kupp here on the out route. This will be a gain of about 8 to the 27-yard line. 2nd and a couple. So the shotgun snap to Allen. And he finds his tight end. It's Ertz. And inside the 20 before he's brought down. 11 yards there, 1st down.
and 10 at the 16-yard line.
Here's Allen to throw it. Now he'll dump it underneath to his running back, complete. And he's going to get a solid gain of 9 before being brought down. Second and right at a yard. Here's 2nd and 1 now from the 7.
At the 7-yard line.
And again, it's Allen. Touchdown! Dallas Goedert, a 7-yard touchdown grab. And the Orbits will add on to their lead here in the final minute of the 3rd. Circle that drive because that might be one to remember. Well executed to give them a little cushion.
Well, let's take it into the boxing ring. You talk about them commanding it, keeping the fight where they wanted to, whether it was in the center of the ring or putting them on the ropes because it was jab, jab, jab. And finally, the haymaker to put that drive away.
Extra point by Butker is on target, and the lead is now 17-3. Now after the touchdown, here's Butker on to kick it away. And he's up across the 25 and down at the 28. And now this offense comes back out onto the field. And here we are almost through 3 quarters of play, and this passing game still has not really found any kind of rhythm.
Put it mildly, because they're not even over 100 yards yet. And in today's NFL, where it's a pass-first league, that is quite surprising. Not many teams patient enough to stick with the run. Everybody wants to advance the ball through the air. They've got to get their timing back.
That burst good for 20 and a first down. And as they come to the line, they will not be able to get off another play as time has run out on this 3rd quarter. This is the National Football League on EA Sports. Welcome back live to Orlando as we are set to bring you the home stretch here, the 4th quarter. Looking to throw McCarthy. It's incomplete. Took a shot, couldn't connect.
Give it big credit for his coverage right there, because when he saw the route break deep, he stayed in position to prevent a completion while avoiding any risk of a flag.
A short throw to Ingram. They do get a yard there, but only a yard. Leaves them with 3rd and 9 looming. You got the big lead defensively. Willing to give them that underneath stuff, right?
And this is why you work on your tackling. Tackle them after the catch, inbounds, keep the clock running. Just go ahead and bleed the game out that way.
Here's McCarthy. Work in the middle of the field, and he's got a man complete. And they'll get him down as he's inside the 40. First catch of the game there for Samuel, and it results in a first down.
All right, this is the time of the game where they're down a couple of scores, and they've really got to get some yards in chunks, and they know the defense doesn't want to give those up, but they've got to find a way to take them anyway.
Now the question is, can they string a few of those together? To the air again, McCarthy. Wide open, it's Allen, complete. And all the way inside the 15 before they drop him. 25 yards that time.
Good yardage on the completion there, and when they look at the scoreboard, they do understand a field goal is not going to do them any good. My guess, they're going to press the ball downfield as far as possible, try and throw it into the end zone and get a score, because they know they've got to get that done and get the ball back as quickly as possible.
Under 4 to go now as the clock runs and they come up on 2nd down. Thielen going to go in motion right. Now McCarthy. He'll be hit and taken down at the 21. A long way to go here on 3rd down for the 8th play of the drive. Working out of the gun is McCarthy. Oh, this will be incomplete. The rush gets home just as he was letting that go. That could have been worse. Instead, it's 4th down.
We've seen this quite a few times in this game. Offensive line unable to keep leverage, unable to keep people away, facing a lot of pressure. Fortunate just to get rid of it.
One of the reasons they're down is that inability, though, to stop. And this is going to be intercepted. Picked off by Asante Samuel Jr. They brought the house that time on the young rookie, maybe a little rattled through the pick.
And you have to be prepared for a lot of pressure as a rookie quarterback because most defensive coordinators are going to test you that way. So when you see that, the ball's got to get out of your hands quickly, and that means your receivers have to understand they have to break off their routes quickly as well.
The home team's offense and their quarterback headed out for this next possession. And as we show you some of the highlights from earlier, he has been instrumental in getting his guys the lead as he looks to finish strong and close this one out. The offense back out there at the line, ready for their next drive. They have to like the position that they are in. Fourth quarter, 2-score lead, and now the ball back after the INT. And he'll get this up to the 30-yard line. 10 yards there to start the drive, and just enough by about the length of the football for a first down. Got to figure now, after getting that turnover, they're just going to be happy to keep the ball on the ground, right?
This is where covering the football, taking care of the ball, all the ball security terms that have ever been used, they come into play for the guys on offense right now. Just take care of it, and they've got a good chance of ending up winning this game.
It's a 6-yard gain on the ground, and that'll make it 2nd and 4. 2 minutes left to play in this football game here on EA Sports. So it's our home team here in possession of the football as we come back. And you'd have to figure they're just looking to burn these final 2 minutes away and get out of here with a victory. And now we'll see a timeout used on defense as they stop it right out of the break with 1:57 to go in the ball game. Five points of contact necessary at this stage as they'll run on first down. Now a second timeout called for by the defense. That'll leave them with just one remaining in this fourth quarter of play. They'll stay on the ground with Irving. Now the defense will burn their third and final timeout as they'll head to the sideline and talk over what to do next. Here comes 3rd down and 7. Throwing now is Allen. Pressure comes and down he goes. More than one defender there, and that's a loss of 5 on the sack.
Now that was just absolute perfect man coverage. Nowhere for them to go with the football. Led to a sack, and that's really difficult to do in today's NFL with all these gazelles running around that you're trying to cover in the secondary.
So they bring out their punter. Always a good sign when your first punt comes in the fourth quarter. They only punted twice in the win last week as he gets this one away. And this will be taken at the 13. Call that a 46-yard punt, though they did get 9 back on the return. And it will be 1st and 10 as they take over. The situation for them offensively as follows. Down by 2 touchdowns. 1:04 on the clock. Their offense has struggled all night, and now they need to find 2 scores late to try to pull this thing out. Able to find Thielen. At this stage, this drive's got to be touchdown or bust because you need 2 of them.
And if I'm the offensive play caller, I'm not just looking at my dagger plays downfield. I'm looking at some of my specials, something that can fool and give you a big play now.
With a sense of urgency.
No doubt.
This definitely 4-down territory at this point, but a critical 3rd down here. He's got his target. That's complete. And he'll take this to the other side of midfield before going out of bounds. This is 1st and 10. McCarthy operating from the gun. Throw right side is going to be caught by Samuel. And he gets this inside the 35-yard line. Here's 1st down. From the shotgun, McCarthy. A throw left sideline falls incomplete.
You get into these 2-minute drill situations and you often got tired legs on the offensive line. But these defenders, they've been rotating in and out, and they're a little bit fresher and quicker. And the pressure there forced the incompletion.
Throwing left sideline there, but it's incomplete.
What will look like a march to the end zone has hit a momentary roadblock with that incompletion. No need to panic. They just got to come up with a high percentage play call and see if they can get their offense back on track.
One last shot at the end zone. And that will be incomplete. They were going for a consolation TD, but it was not to be. And time has run out now on this game. So plenty of smiles for the folks here as they head for the exits. It's a victory for their hometown guys. And it was their defense that really made the statement after the break. They pitched the second half shutout.
Yeah, think about the team that just got vanquished. They did score in the second quarter. Do you think they thought at all that that would be their last points of the game?
No, but what a second half. The adjustment, whatever they did in the locker room, it certainly worked.
It certainly did, and you're exactly right. Whether it was an adjustment, whether it was just more focus on what they planned to do going in, whether they just played better, whatever it was, it all came together in the second half, and no points were allowed. That's a great way to close them out.
So for Orlando, the win moves them up to 5-2 now on the year. And they'll get to stay home again next week. Meanwhile, for Toronto, the loss drops them back to 4-3 so far. And they will try to get back in the swing of things next week on the road. So for Charles Davis and our entire crew, I'm Brandon Gaudin. Next game, guess what? Charles and I will be here again. It's the NFL on EA Sports.
It's week 7 of the National Football League, and we'll see Brock Purdy. He's going to have to air it out plenty this week. It's the Desperados and the Condors under the lights on Monday night.
We've all waited long enough to get here. It's time for some football as we welcome you to the NFL on EA Sports. From up in the booth, Kate Scott, Brock Hewitt with you for this contest, and pretty obvious what this one is framed around, right, partner?
What do you think, the two quarterbacks?
There you go, nailed it. The two quarterbacks who are both right now among some of the best in the NFL.
Yeah, we know what they can do with their talent. We have seen their arm on display week after week, but how do they captain their offense and guide the ship when they're facing, well, one of the few guys in the NFL on the other side who can match them throw for throw? It's going to be must-see TV.
Here's Graham Gano out for the opening kick. And we're off and running in Albuquerque. Returning it from the 4. And this return gets to the 30 before he stopped. So out comes their offense for its first possession of the game. They're led out by a QB coming into his 5th NFL season out of Oklahoma. It's Jalen Hurts.
A win is a win for him, whether he goes for 400 yards and 5 touchdowns, Kate, or maybe he just finds the end zone once like last week. And being the team-first guy he is, he'd be more than happy to end the game with just 1 touchdown pass, or maybe even no touchdown passes, so long as they get the win in the end.
First down throwing for Hurts. Taken in by Noah Fant. And he's out of bounds after pushing just past the 40. They'll head up 1st and 10 from the 42. Here's Derrick Henry getting it on the ground. And he's brought down for a loss.
Well, they were hoping to get outside and meet those guys at the second level. Well, someone from the second level came to beat him on his turf. And that meeting didn't go so well.
Everyone's prepped. It's 2nd down now. They send a man in motion. 2nd and 12 behind the sticks. Complete Derrick Henry. And that will not be enough for a 1st down.
Rhythm. You hear me talk about rhythm a lot. Whether it's a golf swing, a baseball swing, heck, even a bowler gets himself into rhythm. And I'm just telling you, Kate, from experience, these little throws to running backs, it's one of the best things to get your offense into rhythm and a nice little gain on top of it.
A 7-yard pickup, and it moves the chains. New set of downs for him from the 46. On 1st down, Hurts. Dump off caught by his back. And he takes it just inside the 40, down to the 39.
That is the epitome of staying on schedule. That kind of completion right there on 1st down. Well, it opens up the entirety of the playbook for 2nd down. And the 3rd and short in your back pocket, you can get even more aggressive and take that shot.
Hits him on the out route. And 2 yards is all he's going to get before he's caught. Greg Newsome bringing that play to an end. 3rd down, 1 yard to go. Motion man is the tight end here, going left. Turning to Henry on 3rd. And he's tackled with the 1st down yardage.
Win the early battle. Get a little leverage. Low man wins off the line, and that's all that was needed to ensure that 1st down right there.
Going to the ground again on 1st. And they've got him down near the red zone at the 22.
I got to really rack my brain, Kate, to remember a play, a run in this league that nice that doesn't end up getting an offensive 1st down. He did all he could to will this drive forward.
Operating from the gun, here's Hurts. Cut at the 10-yard line. And they get this down to the 10-yard line before going down. They're now set for 1st and 10. From the red zone now. Complete out to the right side. And he has it down to the 8-yard line on the play.
Quarterbacks will look for their tight end short in just about any situation. They take away the deeper options. Well, there's their consistent source of positive yardage. The trust.
Pocket isn't holding up. They're able to drop it. And that pushes them back. 3rd down coming up.
Knowing how our wonderful EA Sports team and director does his job, we're going to see a replay real quick here, Kate, and I want to see that moment of truth, that panic in the QB's eyes. You run that bootleg, you're out there alone, you got to make something happen, or you can take a risk like that. A huge sack for this defense.
Defense looking to defend the marker on 3rd down. Hurts now from the gun. Bails out of the pocket quick. Pressure's there, and he goes down again. And consecutive sacks have them staring at a tough 4th down. That's the end of our 1st quarter. 3 more to go still on Monday night. Couple of zeros on the board right now. You're watching the NFL on EA Sports. Out is Jake Bates, ready to try to knock this through. Definitely not an automatic here. This 41 yards away. Bates' kick is up and good. And they're on the board.
You'd expect him to make most of those attempts from this distance, but it's never a lock. So they'll happily take this and finish off the drive with points.
Kadarius Toney now to return it. And in the end, he's able to get it to what used to be a touchback. It's at the 25 after the return. So here's their offense now to take over for the first time. And bringing them out, you cannot call him irrelevant ever again. Took his team to the Super Bowl last year. It's Brock Purdy.
Well, even though it took over an entire quarter for him to finally get on the field, he does get to head out there with a chance to give his team an immediate lead. And you almost expected, Kate, for him to do that. With how much time he's had on the sideline to prepare, and his guys focus for their chance as it's finally arrived.
And he found some running room for a nice gain. Call it 9 yards. Looked like a first for a moment. It's 2nd and 1.
Brings up 2nd and a yard.
Corum again. And he's going to bring it up to the 40-yard line before he stopped. A 5-yard gain on the play. And that'll give him a first down.
That's good for an Albuquerque first down.
Play action now with Purdy. And he just hucks this one away. Wasn't going to risk a throw or force something. It brings up 2nd down.
Brings up 2nd and 10 at the 40-yard line.
On the handoff, it's Corum. And he won't salvage that. It's a loss on the play.
That's got to be so frustrating for the runner. You're fighting the good fight. You even ripped through a tackle to stay afloat, but the blocking can't buy you enough time or room to even get back to the line of scrimmage.
Oh, he put some heat on this deep ball. Brought in inside the 20. And he flips the field for them before being taken down.
Now, right there, that's what you want to see on your opening drive. Boom! Connect on a big shot, and instantly you set a tone that you're not going to be afraid to be aggressive in this game today. Boy, do I love that.
So a massive gain, and all of a sudden, we've got 1st and 10 inside the red zone. Working inside the red zone. The throw is caught. And he's short of the first after a mild gain.
Translatable skills, that's what you call it. So effective as a runner, but those same traits that make him a great runner, adept at getting those yards, well, he translates it now as a receiver in the open.
Pocket isn't holding up. They're able to drop him. And that pushes them back. 3rd down coming up.
Bend. Bend. Even good defenses, great defenses in this league, Kate, they're going to bend at times, but you never want to break. And when you get a sack in the red zone, well, that goes a long ways to helping your efforts.
Hauled in by Worthy. And he's brought down a little short. No, actually they do give him the 10-yard line.
Those little short throws, they are high percentage and certainly bread and butter, but they really run the risk of a quick tackle just like that and being stopped short of the sticks.
The kick by Gonzalez is good. And it'll knock this game up late in the 2nd quarter.
In that close, kicks have to be automatic. That won't stop the head coach, though, from holding his breath for a couple seconds until he sees it's up and good.
Here's a return from the 7. Coverage team gets him down at the 26-yard line. The Condors and Derrick Henry making their way back out on offense. And you know who the ball is going to when they reach the red zone. He's currently top 5 across the NFL in rushing scores this season. Drive starts out with a 1st and 10. Now Hurts. And his perfect start is over. And that's the first one of his throws to wind up incomplete. Couldn't connect on first. It's 2nd down. Here's Hurts. Moore's got it. And this one gets to the 33-yard line before it's stopped. All plays on the table here for 3rd and 3. A lot of grass ahead. And he'll push this upfield and earn them a new set of downs. Offense up to the line fast. Flush down now to his left. Now here he goes again. And they make the stop. We're going to say at about the 37-yard line. 12 yards on that play, and a good call nets him the first. Markers reset, ball at the 37. 1st and 10, here's Hurts. Toward the sideline, and he's got more. And he's out of bounds, just short of the 30. After a good pickup, they've got 2nd and 4. Shotgun snap for Hurts. Finds the in route complete. And he'll get it down to the 24-yard line. That one gains 7. And they'll have 1st down. Hurts looking to throw. He finds Fant. And he's going to be stopped at the 17-yard line. Offense at the line, but they won't snap it. We've got a timeout. Hurts throwing again. Has him on the quick hitter. And this play reaches the 12-yard line before the stop is made. Prior to 1st down, they decide to call a timeout. They are throwing it again. Defender arrives right as the ball does, and the hit knocks it free. Incomplete. No dice on that prior pass. Here's 2nd down. Hurts. Has it in close. And he'll go down shy of the end zone. They mark him at the 4. Before the snap on 3rd and 2, they call time. Throwing here, Hurts. Buys time, rolling run. And the ground game works for the touchdown. The Condors take the lead just before halftime. Jalen Hurts with the touchdown. Great play by the QB there, Brock. The play broke down. He didn't have much of a choice other than to escape and improvise. And in the end, turned out to be the best call he could have made.
It is such a necessary tool in today's NFL for that QB to put right in his tool belt, Kate. You know, in my day, you could be a blacksmith, right? You just do the job and stay in the pocket. Not anymore. You got to be an artist. And you got to be an artist that can create when things break down. And that's big time to get a touchdown out of it as well.
And after they reach the end zone, they'll kick it off and turn things over to the defense. So new kickoff rules. This is going to come out to the 30, not the 25 on the touchback.
At their own 30-yard line.
Yep, as expected, they go to the ground to start this one off. And they catch up to him, but not until he's got a huge gain and a 1st down. Purdy to throw it. A massive shot towards the end zone. And disaster averted. He knocks away the deep ball, incomplete. So we've reached halftime with the visiting Condors in front. Now we'll send you east to our studios in Orlando. That's where Jonathan Coachman is waiting to bring you the EA Sports Halftime Report. Coach, what you got for us?
Okay, Kate, thanks very much. And welcome in, everyone. This is the EA Sports Halftime Report. So let's get you caught up on what's going on around the National Football League. We'll get started out in the Sooner State of Oklahoma, where it was definitely a game with some intrigue, as you can see by the scoreline. George Pickens, a touchdown catch in the victory. From there, let's head off and check out a second game. And you can see they are scoreless as they play the second quarter. Lastly, let's check on one final game for you. And you can see they are scoreless as they play the second quarter. We just watched a fine first half out of the mobile quarterback. That's Jalen Hurts. He was able to take it in himself for the game's only touchdown. And you wonder if this coaching staff will ask him to do a bit more the rest of the way. These two teams heading out of the tunnel. We're ready to get back to it. for the call of the second half. Here is the great Kate T.
The story is
Scott.
halfway told.
Kate?
Let's see what the back half has in store as we get started in the third quarter. Tony now to return it. He stopped on the return at the 27. So their offense will have it first to begin quarter number 3. And their defense sure has kept this game close. Now it's time for them to come through, get some points for their team in this low-scoring affair. Offense ready to begin this drive, 1st and 10. Shotgun snap for Purdy. This is complete to Schultz. He gets forward, and that's about 4 yards. Jabril Peppers bringing that one to an end. 2nd and 6 coming up here.
At the 31-yard line.
From the 31. Cuffs, this is Xavier Leggett. An excellent gain, 20 yards there, and that's going to move the sticks.
Okay, when you watch the combine, you'll watch guys try to make this throw. And without chemistry, it's so hard to execute. That was picture perfect. That's a QB and receiver on the same page because that route, that deep out to the field, that takes just a different level of connectedness.
They're going to run on 1st down with Corum. And he's caught behind the line for a loss. We've got a break in the action. Looks like someone was shaken up on the play. Medical personnel out now to attend to him. Offense to the line for 2nd down. Now the shotgun give to Cook. And he's going to have this one down to the 43 on a good run. Calling about 7 yards on that run. Now it's going to be 3rd down and 4. From the gun is Purdy. That's caught for the 1st. And he's brought down at about that 27-yard line. 16 yards on the play. And it sets up 1st down.
First and 10 at the 27-yard line.
Shotgun handoff now to Cook. And he's only going to get 2 or 3 yards on that one.
Got to be rush hour, Kate, because there's a whole lot of traffic up the middle right there. He ran right into some gridlock, and he could only manage a few yards at most.
Purdy setting up that play action. Pocket isn't holding up. They're able to drop it. And that pushes them back. 3rd down coming up.
Send everybody deep. I know he wants to wait and stretch the field and use his arm. The trouble is you wait too long, you end up on your back.
Gotta figure out this 3rd down here. Now it's Purdy. Gets it to him on the screen. And that tackle stops him after a solid gain. Now hang on, looks like somebody came out after that play a little shaken up. Not sure we saw exactly what happened, but he'll get some assistance now. Out is Graham Gano to try to knock this through. First field goal was good. His 2nd look from inside of 45 yards. The kick by Gonzalez is good. And it's dropped back down now to a 4-point game.
Inspiring a bunch of confidence in himself right there, Kate. 2nd time they brought him out for a field goal, and 2nd time, well, he's knocked it right through. Trust is earned in a number of different ways on the field, but that's the best way to gain it as a kicker.
Here's Smith on the return. The return manages to get just beyond the 30. Back out runs their offense. And it has been all about these defenses so far, Brock. Even into the 2nd half, we're still waiting for one of these offenses to take charge.
Yeah, what you're feeling, these defenses are making every yard tough, every 1st down tough, every series tough. And offensively, yeah, it's time to toughen up and maybe more importantly, sharpen up.
Good little rip there. Looks like about 6. Tackled on the play by Shaquille Barrett. After a good pickup, they've got 2nd and 4. On the play fake, it's Hurts. And oh, someone stepped in. It's intercepted. And the Desperados will take over as he records his 1st interception of our season. Well, they left the locker room in front. Great position to be in, right? But a shaky start to half number 2 with that interception.
We know that no lead in the NFL is safe. A one-point lead, something that looks insurmountable. How many of these games so often come down to one possession in the end? With a half of football left, you just can't give away too many gifts and too many possessions.
Here comes their offense out again. And they're set up well inside of enemy territory. They've got a short field after that pick. Play action now with Purdy. They get it right back. That's intercepted. And the Condors are going to have it after his second interception of the season. Well, they had the advantage for a moment, Brock, but turns out that is all just that moment because they throw an interception to give the ball right back.
And for once, both coaches on both sidelines are preaching the same message. Take care of the ball. Not often you see back-to-back plays end in interceptions, and we're right back to where we were just a couple moments ago.
Their offense returning to the field for another possession. They've ripped off 4 straight wins, and if this lead holds, that's going to be 5 before we know it. Henry gets it here to start the drive. And he found some running room for a nice gain. Call it 7 yards, and now they'll have 2nd down and 3. From the 38. Flushed out of the pocket. He's on the move. And he made a bid for midfield there, but stopped on his own side at the 49. That's an 11-yard pickup, and it gives them the first down. Hurts setting up to throw. Gets this to Fant. And he'll cross the 50 and start pushing onto the opposing side of the field. 2nd and 6 coming up here. And the defense gets there to force a small loss.
These defensive ends today are so good, Kate, with their hands, and it's often right off the jump. If you can win with your hands, if you can create space, you can get a tackle behind the line of scrimmage.
McMillan hauls it in. And he's able to reach the 40 on that play. Only 1 quarter remains in our final game of the week. That's the end of the 3rd. They've got it with a lead, hoping to carry it across the finish line. New slate of downs to approach here from the 40. On 1st down, Hurts. That's going to be caught by Cooks. And he's got a decent gain before being brought down. 2nd and 6 coming up here. Here's Henry on the option. Broke through the tackle. And he's taken down on a short run that gets inside the 35. Give him 3 yards. That's going to bring up 3rd and 2. Running once more with Henry. And he'll pick up enough to move the chains.
Okay, you know me, I can't resist. I thought we might have needed the old Gene Steratore index card down there. Making a really close measurement to see if he got the 1st down or not. But in the end, well, the right call was made. He got just enough to move the chains.
Trying to get away from the pressure, but he can't, and they drop him. And the big play drives them backwards. 2nd down coming up. Another try following the sack. Connects with Fant. And a nice gain here, but it stopped short of the 1st. It's 3rd and 8. Need to get a chunk here. Looking to throw. That one is incomplete. Couldn't hang on through the contact.
I think if you look up in phase in the defensive encyclopedia, that is a picture-perfect form of it. He was all over him in coverage, really forcing the incompletion.
Flying down the heart of the lane, and it's good! And they're going to grow their lead late, but still a one-score ball game.
Well, that's why they spend all the time on the practice field during the week. That kind of operation. Perfect rhythm, perfect timing, and a 2 for 2 for this kicker.
Tony now to return it. And he's brought down just inside the 25 on the return. Their offense ready to take the field now. They're coming off their first interception of the game. This drive now a chance to rebuild some confidence. First down throw by Purdy. He keeps those feet in and makes the catch.
That is a textbook first down completion. Sets up second and very manageable and creates space to take that shot downfield.
2nd and 1. That's complete till he gets. And he's tackled with the first down yardage.
I'm sure coach and play caller doesn't mind making the job a little bit easier. You know, play calling's a lot simpler and easier when you count on the offense to move the chains on those early downs.
Purdy on first down. This finds Smith. And they'll take him down at the 43-yard line.
It's not just imperative that a quarterback knows man or zone. Same thing for a receiver, especially on a drag route. When he sees zone coverage like that, just settle down, find the soft spot, and give your quarterback a chance.
Schultz with the catch. And he's tackled after gaining a handful. That brings us to the 2-minute warning here at ABQ. Desperados losing by 7. 3rd and a lone yard coming up. He'll throw it. He had it for a moment, but a great defensive play to jar it loose. Incomplete. So now we get a stoppage. Looks like a timeout called by the defense. They'll try with Corum. And they'll get him down after he gets into the 48. That was the biggest 3-yard gain you're going to see because instead of a turnover on downs, Brock, it gets them a first. Here he is to throw. Cook calls it in. And he drives this across midfield and down into enemy territory. Trying to set this up quick. Back to throw. Rolling left, buying some time. He takes it himself. It's a gain of 21 yards to pick up that first down.
Oh, that just sucks the wind out of a defense. So demoralizing. So many guys do things the right way. We need to see a quarterback evade the pressure and go get that first down anyway.
And they've got themselves another 1st and 10. Setting up to pass. Taken in by Smith. And they'll advance this down to the 5-yard line. Now we're going to get an offensive timeout. That's their first. And they still have 2 available for them as we approach the end of this game. They can decide to play for the tie or win later. First, they've got to reach that end zone. It's 1st and goal. That could be it, folks. It's intercepted.
Not a lot of one-play swings bigger than that one right there. That throw looked destined for 6, and instead, it gets intercepted by the defense. The only way to get bigger is if he somehow returned it 100-plus yards for 6 the other way. But what a gigantic swing of emotion.
Now this offense ready to head back out. That defensive stand might have been the final effort needed to seal away the victory, Brock, but can't quite take off the pads just yet. Offense has to finish this one out.
Yeah, a few things here, Kate, to keep in mind, right? You got to slow the game down as a quarterback. Take every second off the clock. If you're handling the ball, you guard it with your life, and you make sure your defense doesn't come on the field again. They just did their job. Now you got to do yours.
Timeout taken by the defense. Their second. And they'll have just 1 left to burn now. All right, here we go. 2nd down. It's Henry on the counter. And the struggles continue for him tonight. He's only able to get back to the line. Setting up for the kneel down on third. They drop to a knee, and what little time we have left here is going to tick down.
There's still some time to bleed off the clock, but the important factor is that the defense is helpless to stop it. You could just run that clock down as far as you're able and take off every single second.
Punter takes the field on fourth down, and he sends this one flying. And some textbook work covering that punt. It is stopped after almost nothing on the return.
His guys take over first and 10 at their own 35-yard line.
He'll look to throw it. And he just gets rid of it. Knew he had a couple of plays left. Didn't want to take a risk there on first down. So after the incompletion, here comes the second down call. Here's Purdy to throw. Trying to push it deep downfield. And this one falls incomplete. No miracles on the final drive today. This game is over. So hard work rewarded as they take a well-earned win in this one. And there was no easing up. It took some white knuckling until the very end, but their defense carried that small lead through to the finish line as they escape with a victory. So for Brock Heward and all of our crew, I'm Kate Scott, wrapping up another edition of the NFL on EA Sports. It's a win for the Condors as we bid farewell from Albuquerque.